welcome in. Kicking this off solo today, but fear not, it's Wednesday. We have got plenty to talk about. We've got good news. We've got bad news, everything in between. Y'all already know we've got to kick off the day in high fashion. Shout out to everybody in the Undefeated who's here. Shout out to Kyle and T in the background, allowing us to do what we do here. Cynthia, happy you're in here. Antonio, my man, happy you're here. Chris, Caleb, Jared, Kevin, we have got a lot of the group in here as we let people trickle in. Philip, good morning. Clink, happy you're here this morning. Sweet Home Bama, Rocket. We got a lot of people in here, and we've got to start off with the news that's really taken social media by storm. The news that, as Chris says, give us the bad news first. Well, luckily for Alabama fans, you already know it, so this isn't going to come as surprise. But sophomore wide receiver Jaylen Hale goes down with an injury yesterday. How severe the injury is, I don't know. And because of that, I'm not going to speculate on what it is, the severity, or the timeline. That's not my place to do. We will get an official report, and hopefully it will be somewhat good news. He will be in our thoughts. He will be in our prayers. But ladies and gentlemen, this hit me a little bit hard yesterday evening when I found out the news. Most of you in the Undefeated have known for quite some time, if you ask me to give you some players that I'm really excited about, Jaylen Hale is usually one of the first names out my mouth. Now, I've always admitted to my bias for players that are from Texas. Why? Because that's where I currently sit speaking to all of you. Sitting from North Texas, where I can throw a stone and hit in about 15 5-stars. Not really, but I can throw a stone and hit at the very least 15 top 300 prospects because of the area where I'm in. High school football is king here. You have $30, $60 million stadiums, a hop, skip, and a jump away. Well, Jaylen Hale comes from Texas high school football. I've gotten to watch him play, gotten to watch him do things. And I got to watch him last season. And I've got a video coming out here in a little bit where I talk about Jaylen Hale was someone who created value for himself. Every opportunity he got last season, he created value. You're talking about someone who had 5 receptions, 148 yards, averaging 29.6 per. That is someone who has got an extreme amount of ability. And we all know once he comes back, he is going to be pushing for playing time. He has got a ton of ability. Thoughts and prayers go out to him. But who steps up in the meantime in that wide receiver position? Who steps up on that outside? Caleb says, you got a good arm on you, Ty. Surprisingly, no. It's just the area I'm in is ridiculous. Like I said this the other day, I'm just going to give you guys some 5-stars from the direct city I'm in over the past few years from one team. Denton Ryan is the district my wife teaches in. She's a first grade teacher. Denton Ryan, Anthony Hill, who is the #1 linebacker in the nation, 5-star. Drew Sanders, who came to Alabama, 5-star edge, 5-star athlete. Jatavian Sanders, who's going to be probably the #1 tight end in the draft taken, as my computer is now frozen up on this screen right here. Unfortunate as always that it decides to do this. But you have Ty Haywood, who's a 5-star, Marcos Garcia, who's a 5-star. You've got so much talent in this one area that it's actually insane. So you're halfway right, Caleb. I don't have a good arm, but man, oh man, is this a talented area. And I'm sorry, guys, for whatever reason, if I'm in here solo, this screen, I don't know how I can get out of here. Jalen says second tight end time. Maybe. Oh, yeah, Brock Bowers. You're right. Brock Bowers always just hits me as an absolute weapon as opposed to a tight end. But you are 1,000% right, Jalen. That is on me. He is going to be the first tight end taken. Guys, I'm going to try and hop out of here and then hop back in and see if this solves anything. I'll be right. As you see that ugly view, and hopefully we come back in and get this solved. But yeah, I don't know what this does. If it's me and Jake on here, it does it fine. But if it's just me running solo, I don't know, unfortunately, how to fix this. If you guys are in the market for a computer, all I can say is, please, for the love of God, do not buy Apple. Apple has been the bane of my existence. I got it because I was a content creator. And goodness gracious, it has been nothing but a headache. Never again. Never again will I get Apple. Let me see if I can't get someone in here to at least. Oh, I did build a computer for my gaming PC and everything. I'm gonna try Chance. I just tried that right now, but Apple is an awful, awful computer brand. Just the worst. Let's see if that helps. All right, now you get the ugly cam of me. There we go. Yeah. Have I tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? With Apple, just throw it against a wall. Not related, but I used to have a 2015 Surface Pro that genuinely has higher processing power than the brand new Apples. I uploaded videos and edited videos side by side. And oh, that's Randall. That's Jance. He and I have been streaming together for years, and for whatever reason, his picture is on my StreamYard. But I've never changed it just because I think it's hilarious that like it shows up as Jance. But neither here nor there. We're back. We're locked in. Don't buy Apple for the love of everything holy. I could not. Just goodness gracious, don't do it. That is the Apple I've ever heard. I can only speak to my experience hyperactive, and I, as a content creator, I know that I've been editing videos. I have the Apple Pro laptop, and it has less editing power than my Surface Pro did. And yeah, I've been using it for 2 years, and it has absolutely been the bane of my existence. I built PCs, built quite a few PCs, and this will be the last Apple I get. But to each their own, you know what I mean? But for me, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So who steps up in Jaylen Hale's absence? Well, luckily for Alabama, this is something Jake Merrill and I have been talking about. Kevin says, I've had nothing but... See, I have some friends who do some music for South by Southwest, Kevin, and they've all switched. Ever since Apple switched to the M1 chips, they've all switched to Windows. But like I said, that's just the people I know who do the music in my circle. I just know a bunch of people switching off. But yeah, it's just to each their own. You know what I mean? I can say as a content creator, I have not had good experiences with Apple relative to the Windows that I was working with before. Apple has given me far more trouble. Yeah, that's just my experience. To each their own. Who takes the outside wide receiver reps? Well, for me, I think Alabama has been lucky to stack a lot of wide receiver talent. Jake Merrill and I were talking about this the other day, and it's something that it is notable to talk about. Listen, you have Emmanuel Henderson, who Coach Shepard was just talking about. And the reason why I bring up Emmanuel Henderson is because you can min-max your ability in the wide receiver room. You can shift people around, right? Then you have Jaron Hamilton, 6'1", 200 pounds, really talented guy, has got a ton of ability and has been making plays in the background. He's got a similar size and stature to Jaylen Hale, and because of that, he's someone who you could see start trying to get some reps. You also have Jeremy Bernard, and I think this is the easiest answer for me to point to, right? Jeremy Bernard is someone who has got extreme ability. He is someone who knows the offense. He knows what's expected of him. He knows what Shepard wants. And I kind of liken this to Malachi Moore in the secondary, where Malachi Moore is someone who can help coach up the young guys in that secondary. Jeremy Bernard is someone who can go out there and lead by example because he knows exactly what Shepard wants. He knows exactly what Coach Kalen DeBoer wants. He was just in that offense. He was a part of that wide receiver group at Washington that was really, really active. They were getting really busy. They have got so much ability. And the only reason why he didn't have more stats to his name is because if you go and look at that Washington wide receiver room, they had several guys just doing great work, as we now have this again. Yeah, this is just super unfortunate. I got to turn off the camera again. Yeah, I don't know. And as Smook was saying, this is an Apple thing. So let me turn off the camera and turn it back on. I apologize, everybody. I don't know what's going on, but this is the unfortunate problem that I've been experiencing with the computer, and I don't know how to solve it. Hopefully, Smook can can help me out with it, because he was saying that it's something to do with Apple, that they have something that allows these emojis to pop up, and it just absolutely wrecks the stream. Why they do it is anybody's guess, but we're gonna keep our hands down here because goodness gracious knows Apple is not trying to see me succeed today, as every movement I do just absolutely crashes the stream. Nonetheless, you have Jeremy Bernard, who can play that outside. You have Caleb Odom, 6'5", super talented, has got tight end size, but wide receiver ability. As Kyle, the man, the myth, the legend, comes in here. How you doing, Kyle?
You all right, man?
I can't stand Apple, man. Like, it's the
what's happening? What's up, fam? How's everybody doing?
It's something with Apple that these emojis pop up, and if I have someone on stream with me, it will come back. But if I don't, it completely crashes my camera, everything. And
That's
it's
crazy.
something to do with Apple. Yeah, I already went on my rant for everybody saying, if you need a computer, don't, which is, I'm joking, obviously. Like, Apple has a ton of great, but not for me. It has not treated me well in the slightest. So I'm just going to keep my hands down low. That way it doesn't crash a stream. Goodness gracious.
Cool. Fam, so enjoy Ty segment. I'm behind the scenes. I actually I'm gonna be on at 9 the rest of this week. I had to go and get some blood work. So everything's fine. I do this quarterly. I'm 40 years old now, so it's part of the life.
You don't look 40.
Yeah,
let me tell you what, if I look like you at 40, I'm gonna be a very happy camper.
Oh, I got a really good ring light over here. It's huge. Yeah. So but I mean, while I'm on real quick, you saw and I know you were just talking about the wide receivers, but I'm sure in look, Jaylen Hale injury news came out last night. We are there, Smook and I were there. The way that we are in the front of the Malmore, so I don't know what time like this ambulance left. We didn't see it. Practice started at 3:15 and we got there about 5. So clearly this happened, before that point in time. We don't know the severity of the injury at this point in time. We do have an opportunity to hear from Coach Kalen DeBoer tomorrow, which will be their first scrimmage. But other than that, we just know it was a lower leg injury and an ambulance carried him off. I mean, so I'm sure you probably talked about that a little bit, Ty.
Yeah, I haven't talked about like because I don't know what the injury is exactly. I don't know if that's come out.
Yeah.
But Caleb in the chat was saying that he left in an ambulance, and that's just you want to talk about someone who I thought, if you were like, hey Ty, wide receiver, which one do you think is like destined for 1,000 yards? Like Jaylen Hale would have been a really easy answer for me to give. Because like I said, Kyle, he created value for himself every time he got an opportunity. 5 receptions, 148 yards, 29.6 per. That's creating value. That's exactly what Nick Saban preaches. But who do you think steps up?
I think that in a case like this, I'm always like real hesitant to comment on injuries because I don't know the severity of it. Like maybe the ambulance was just there and it just, was able to, take him, to wherever he needed to go that fast. I don't know. JT saying rumor is broken kneecap, nothing official. See, that's why I don't know, like the severity of it. I think, in 2 things. Number one is like Jaylen Hale is a 100% baller. And it's a long, like the silver lining of these injuries when they do happen is they have an amazing strength and science center. It's called Sports and Science Center. These guys, like, it's not like, I was to break my kneecap or have an injury or you were to, like, these guys, number one, are incredible athletes. And number 2, they have like world-class facilities to get them. Like, your boy Josh Pate always says that they have stuff that even NASA doesn't have, right? So think about last year, some of the injuries, they were mostly ankle injuries that they had. These guys were back in business within like a couple weeks. So hopefully he's fine. I'm sure he will be. What it means for the wide receiver room is just more competition. I mean, there's always going to be competition. I mean, yesterday we had a chance to talk with Kobe Prentice. He talked a little bit about, I asked him about the difference between Jeremy Bernard and Kendrick Law. And I thought that they would be kind of similar, but he was like, look, they're really different. They're bigger wide receivers, but they're different. And so there's a lot of competition there. Clearly, he mentioned Bubba Hampton, which is dope. Bubba Hampton, he was like, he's a route runner. And then, of course, Caleb Odom. I was able to ask Coach Shepard about Caleb Odom and what he brings as a freshman. So there's so much competition within that wide receiver room. And so, thoughts and prayers are with him. We don't know the severity of it. I'm sure, if it needs to come out at some point in time, it will. If not, we'll have to see how it goes. And then as Demetrius, what's up, Duggins, mentions inside the comment box. I mean, and a lot of people ask this continually on the videos, and I get it. There's so many guys to track, but Ryan Williams is not here yet. And I'm not saying that you were implying, Demetrius, that, asking if he was here, but he's not here yet. And he will get here in the summertime. So that adds more weaponry. So it's like you're getting like Amari Jefferson, Rico Scott. These guys are still joining on board. So wide receiver position, fun to talk about, but I'll let you get back to your segment, Ty, and then I will jump back on, maybe a few minutes before 10, and we could chop it up one more time before I have my segment at 10. Is that cool, Ty?
Love it, man. Anytime
and
I
if
get
you
to
get
chop
like
it up
if
with
you
you,
get
it's
frozen
awesome.
or whatever, I'm just behind the scenes doing like normal stuff. So
no, I'm keeping my hands below the desk.
All right, man. I'll catch up with you guys at 10, fam, and I'll take your calls around that time. But have a good segment, Ty, and I'll be back here soon.
Appreciate it, Kyle. The man, the myth, the legend, Kyle Henderson, the guy who makes this all happen with T in the background, and of course, everybody in the undefeated. Special shout out to Patriot Life, gifted 5 Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson memberships. Thank you very much for that, Patriot Life. Your support is unbelievable. And Randall Green, member for 2 months, saying, I will sit with you for less than minimum wage, Ty, to protect your stream. And I appreciate that, Randall. That's the type of camaraderie we all need around here. That's the type of family atmosphere we love. And as Kyle stated, listen, I don't want to speculate on how severe the injury is. That's why I just said, hey, had an injury. Here's the one silver lining in all of this. One, like Kyle hinted at, you have a lot of different wide receivers that can step up. You have a Kendrick Law, you have a Jeremy Bernard, you have a Caleb Odom, you have a Ryan Williams, you have Kobe. You have so many different wide receivers in this room that can get active. Bubba Hampton, and you have stylistic differences amongst the wide receivers. I think Jeremy Bernard is a really interesting figure. He has got the ability to be a home run hitter wherever he is on the field. He can take it to the crib. Super explosive, really, really talented and really dangerous with the ball in his hands. He's someone that could rep at that outside wide receiver position, but you also have Caleb Odom, 6'5", 215 pounds. You want to talk about an instant mismatch anywhere on the field? And the one thing that makes sense why they moved Caleb Odom from tight end to wide receiver is if you go back and watch Caleb Odom, he's not winning off of physicality alone, though there are times where he's just winning off of physicality. That tends to happen when you're that size in high school. But he's winning off of far more nuanced things than just physicality. He's winning off of speed. He's winning off of release at the line of scrimmage. He's winning off of generating separation through multiple different stages of the route. Those are wide receiver tendencies, ladies and gentlemen, and it makes perfect sense why Shepard watched him and said, nah, I got to get you over in my wide receiver room because you have got wide receiver tendencies. He still has tight end ability. Don't get me wrong. But when you look at the way he's able to generate getting open, the way he's able to generate so much success, it's far more nuanced than just, hey, I'm really big, right? Like that's not how he's winning. He's winning off of all these different nuanced things. And Alabama has got a scrimmage coming up tomorrow. And these guys are going to get the ability to start repping there. You're going to start getting some depth built. Jermaine Mims says Hale should be okay by September. Yeah, hopefully he is. Hopefully he is. We just don't know the extent of the injury yet, but I will be extremely excited if that's the case. Not extremely excited that he got injured, but extremely excited that he'll be back sooner rather than later to continue creating value for himself. Ruben Poole says Emmanuel Henderson, exactly. Another guy I have written down right here. He's a taller, longer wide receiver, standing 6'1", 185 pounds. Jaylen Hale per ESPN is listed 6'1", 189 pounds. So analogous size. And this is someone who Coach Shepard was just talking about the other day, saying Emmanuel Henderson has done everything I've asked. Emmanuel Henderson has been great in this wide receiver room. He's continued to develop. He's really good in and out of his breaks. And he's a super talented prospect. Listen, Jake and I have been saying this for a while. Alabama has got no shortage of options in the wide receiver room. It's just about who creates the value for themselves. It's just about who gets the opportunity. And in this scrimmage, you're going to be able to see multiple people getting opportunities. And that, to me, is awesome. Brian Adams says Cole Adams. Yeah, Slotty Pippen out there. listen, he has got a really, really high ceiling. Was injured most of his senior year, or else he would have been a much higher rated prospect. If I'm not mistaken, I think he only played one game into his senior year before he got injured and didn't play the rest of his senior year because he was already committed to Alabama. He was already a 4-star prospect. He knew, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and shut it down, get healthy. But I do know whether it was the first game or not, it was very early into his senior year. He sustained that injury. But yeah, he is nasty out the slot. Andrew says, someone answer my questions. Are they mentally tough and physically tough? Absolutely, Andrew. They wouldn't be at Alabama if they weren't mentally or physically tough. Alabama recruits a certain type of player, right? And I'm not saying that it's 1,000% foolproof, because if that was the case, you'd be batting at rates that just haven't been seen before. But what I am saying is, if we look at a large sample size that has been Alabama recruiting, they're hitting with guys that are physically tough, that are mentally tough, that are going to be able to go out there and do a lot of good things. And I think there's certainly plenty of that in this wide receiver room. I talked about Jaylen Hamilton, someone who I've been told in the background is making some plays. Caleb says, with Hale hurt, that will give Ryan Williams, Cole Adams more reps. We're fine at receiver, I think. I completely agree. I think Alabama is really talented at the wide receiver position. They've got several different guys, and this gives an opportunity for those guys to start developing reps, getting familiarity with this offense. And at the end of the day, the more depth you have that's game day ready, the better you're going to be. So hopefully Jaylen Hale back at it again soon, because I truly do believe he is going to be a massive part of this offense. But it's going to be interesting to see what guys take advantage of the reps they're given, which guys are able to create value for themselves. As I said earlier, Nick Saban has permeated my vocabulary. You're going to hear me say create value several different times. But it's not all bad news, ladies and gentlemen. We need to talk about some positive news on the recruiting trail. And luckily, Alabama is getting back in a prospect that Tide fans everywhere are excited to hear about. None other than Juju Lewis, top 10 player in the nation per most composites, a guy that was in the class of 2026, has since reclassified to 2025, and he's currently committed to USC. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Alabama now has a head coach that can rival anybody in the nation in terms of looking at a quarterback and saying, hey, come to me. I can develop you. You're not going to get much better quarterback development in all of college football than is Kalen DeBoer. And you're just coming from the GOAT, Nick Saban. And as Nick Saban is the GOAT, we know he's a defensive guy. And I'm not saying recruiting under Kalen DeBoer is going to be better. That's not my contention here in the slightest. My contention here is, if you're an offensive guy, if you're a wide receiver, if you're a quarterback, you're going to look at Kalen DeBoer and say, okay, this past coaching staff at Alabama, they were unquestionable, but you have done great work with my position. And it's not just DeBoer. You still have Nick Sheridan, who has worked with quarterbacks. And lest we forget, you have Brian Ellis, the tight end coach, who, even though he's not a quarterback coach, you have a building full of people that have done exceptional work with the quarterback position. Remember, Brian Ellis worked with Bailey Zapp at Western Kentucky University whenever he broke records throwing the football. Had something like 5,000 yards, 60 touchdowns, something just crazy. Something just absolutely crazy. Cody Clearman, OB says, Ty, you think DeBoer is on the level with Sark when it comes to quarterback development? That's a great question. I think Sark is great with quarterbacks. I think that he's at the very least close, Cody. And the reason is you can look at the growth of Michael Penix. You can look at the growth of some of the quarterbacks Kalen DeBoer worked with in places like Sioux Falls and some of his offensive coordinator stints. Wherever he was there working with these guys, their quarterback rating would jump up like 30 or 40 points. If he left, their quarterback rating would plummet. So it's the offense, it's his ability to work with the quarterbacks, Nick Sheridan as well, and then you have Brian Ellis. Like I said, DeBoer himself is a brilliant quarterback mind, but it's also the principle of having so many guys in this offensive room that are phenomenal with quarterbacks. Brian Ellis, Bailey Zapp, right? Even though he's not a quarterback coach, it's still this mind that is in the offensive room that if you're Juju Lewis, you got to feel good about. So listen. But I also think Sark, and if you're a Texas fan, I completely understand feeling like that, right? I think that I really need to see Quinn grow and this isn't a shot at Quinn, but the best football we've seen Quinn play has came in 2 games against Alabama, and then he's kind of regressed, right? He had a really high percentage in terms of completion, but he also was like they had an NFL scout came out and said, "Man, if only Xavier Worthy would have had the opportunity." And it was just a video of misses. Quinn's consistency, if he gets that, he's going to be dangerous. But he's a 5-star quarterback who is a perfect 1 rating, who isn't hitting at the deep shot at the same level of someone like a Jalen Milroe. I think Quinn was like at 19% deep shot, where Jalen Milroe was like second in the nation. If Quinn goes out there and balls this year, yeah, no doubt about it. But I really want to see Quinn become the quarterback I think so many people think he could be. But I don't disagree. If you're a Texas fan, I completely understand being like, hey, Sark is that guy. Yeah, JT, exactly. Quinn's best 2 games he's played have come against Bama. When he plays Bama, the guy is an absolute wizard, dropping dimes. Like that moonshot pass is one of the most beautiful throws I've ever seen. That was incredible. That was an incredible pass. Not taking anything away. Listen, I'm not taking Quinn has all the ability. It's about consistency. Right? It's about being that guy every game, because I've always said this, and this is what I said before last year when I was talking about Quinn. You don't want to be a part-time employee. You want to be a full-time employee. You need to be that guy every time you go out there, because he has the ability. He has got unreal ability, and I'm really excited to see him unlock his full potential. He's a very, very talented guy. Is Sark a great QB guy or just a fantastic offensive architect? Poetic asked. I think both. I think he's good with quarterbacks, but he's also fantastic at play calling, right? His play calling really helps. I call it, it's like building play calling, where every play call is building upon itself. So it's going to be interesting to see. But listen, guys, great quarterback developers out there. Juju Lewis is looking at Alabama and looking at Alabama very seriously, because you have got such a high-powered offense here. You have got so many guys that can work with the quarterback. Caleb says, is Otis injured? I haven't heard much on the Otis front. I will allow Kyle and them to speak more on that. I haven't heard much about that, so I don't want to speak to injuries or anything like that if I'm not 100% sure, Caleb. But obviously, whenever I found out that Jaylen Hale was injured, that's pretty much where my attention went this morning. I didn't get to see anything about Otis. So I will allow Kyle, Smook, all those guys to speak on that, because I just don't want to speak on that. Cody says Quinn versus Milroe this year will be intriguing. It'll be awesome, man. I like, don't get me wrong, man. I really hope Quinn unlocks his full potential, because I covered him in high school. I wrote an article that was supposed to come out before he decommitted from Texas, that the return of the king for Texas. Like, that was the title of the article. This was when I was interning with Dave Campbell's Texas football. I covered him in high school. I really want him to be the quarterback I know he can be. I'm really hoping that he can be that guy. But I also know Milroe's just scratching the surface. You're 100% right. What a quarterback class we have in the SEC. Y'all are crazy. Oh, no one's saying otherwise, Milroe. We're just asking for consistency. And even if you talk to like the Texas guys I talked about, they say the same thing, right? Like the Texas guys I make content with, they just want him to be consistent. Kevin says, why are people still talking about Juju Lewis? I thought he was a hard commit. Oh, sure, Kevin. He's committed to USC, but you flip guys all the time. Alabama's got the ability to flip guys all the time. And with this staff, if you're a quarterback, they certainly have the ability to flip you. Now, one thing I've been talking about as well, Alabama is slowly chipping away on the offensive line front, right? Alabama is doing some really positive work in the background for offensive linemen. And I got told this by someone who doesn't cover Alabama football. So whenever you hear Coach Smook coming on here, Coach Smook does such a great job of connecting with these recruits. He does such a great job of sifting through, getting you guys the scoop, bringing it to you. Unbelievable, right? And you're getting great information when people from outside are telling us the same thing Coach Smook is hearing. Because the people that I'm talking about, they're not industry guys. They're independent, meaning they're out there cutting their teeth, building relationships with the players, not asking media people. The same exact way Coach Smook is doing it, the right way. That's how you know if Smook comes to you with something, it's good info, because he's out there getting the information the right way. by talking to the prospects, by talking to the people. That's why he has done such an incredible job with the content he does over here. I can't say enough about what Coach Smook is doing over here in terms of getting out there, getting the scoop. But it means a ton whenever I'm talking to Smook in the background and I'm like, hey, what are you hearing? Because I just heard this, that, and the other from someone who doesn't. And he's saying, yeah, I heard the same thing. Same thing. David Sanders loved the visit, but he is not the only offensive lineman that Alabama is currently pushing for. There are several others. Alabama is currently trying to get in Ty Haywood for a visit. Now, Ty Haywood is right here in Denton, Texas. Before my computer froze, I was telling you all about all the 5 stars that have come from Denton Ryan, just Denton Ryan. If we look at Denton Geyer, you have an Elite 11 MVP, Gatorade Player of the Year, and a 5-star safety in a few seasons ago. Just an unbelievable amount of talent from here. Ty Haywood plays for Denton Ryan High School. And if Alabama is able to get that win, you know you're getting someone who's battle tested. Now, his teammate, Marcos Garcia, was in Tuscaloosa, really enjoyed the visit. And ever since that visit went down, he is now getting his teammate, Ty Haywood, to go out there. I love that. Ruben says, go talk to Ty. Hey, the Ties will convene. We will have a secret meeting of the Ties, and we will get down to business. Skylar Cook says, man, I love Shep's interview. He always answers the questions with humility and confidence. True, Skylar. He gives you a lot of info with a few words. What do you think, Ty? Skylar, I've made it no secret that on the offensive side, Coach Shepard, not speaking of Kalen DeBoer, just speaking of offensive hires, Coach Shepard is my favorite. Retaining Gillespie and Coach Shepard, they are my 2 favorite. Whenever there was all the will he, won't he leave with Shepard going to Seattle, I remember coming on here and saying, hey, we can lose Grubbs. I'll be a little upset. It is what it is. We have Kalen DeBoer. We have the offensive mastermind. Grubbs was calling DeBoer's offense. As long as we have DeBoer, Grubb is going to be a great offensive coordinator. I don't doubt that, but we have DeBoer, right? I'm not worried about that. It's just like Nick Saban losing a defensive coordinator. Well, you're calling Nick Saban's defense. You're the understudy to the master, to the professor. Kalen DeBoer is the professor. Ryan Grubbs was the understudy, a great student. We're not here to argue whether he was a great student, but a student nonetheless. Even when, Huff was going, that one hurt because I wanted the offensive line to get back. But the one person who I was like, hey, I don't care if we lose Grubb. I don't care if we lose Huff. I don't want to lose Shepard. Because Shepard has gotten energy that is infectious. Shepard has got an ability to hit the ground running. He talks to players and you want to run through a brick wall. You know you're infectious whenever you see the videos that the people are coming out, the staff at Alabama are putting out, and Shepard is talking to every different room and stretches. He was talking to Curtis Perry the other day. I mean, he is infectious. He is a hype man. He is a great coach. He is a great mind. And I love that he, too, is learning under Kalen DeBoer. Because if Nick Sheridan is hyper successful like we think he can be, and he is to go in 2-3 years elsewhere, Shepard is the guy who you elevate to offensive coordinator, right? You do everything you can to keep that man there. And I love how Coach Kalen DeBoer is teaching him the offense and letting Shepard be Coach Shepard. I completely agree with Skylar. Love that guy. Skylar says Nick Sheridan is one lucky OC to have Shep. Absolutely. And then we get into Brian Ellis, who, like I said, when he was at Western Kentucky, he was the passing game coordinator and worked with quarterbacks. He helped Bailey Zapp break records. A lot of great offensive weapons here. I'd love it if they flip Knight. Hey, Deuce Knight, another guy they're trying to flip. But the quarterback position and offensive play callers, I'm not really worried about. Kevin says, right, but also looking at Georgia and Florida State, according to 0-3, Bama is at the bottom of the list of schools that could possibly flip Lewis. Here's where I don't necessarily agree with that, Kevin. And listen, I'm not one of the insiders from 0-3. They do their great job, but, it is what it is. I don't think that he'd be returning in such short succession if he wasn't seriously interested in Alabama. Georgia does not have the quarterback development right now that Alabama does, with a Kalen DeBoer. On top of that, Georgia just got a major quarterback commit for the class of 2026. So whenever you do that, it clears the way for Alabama to be successful in the Juju Lewis flip, right? Because they got the quarterback in 2026. Coach Smook in here, my man. He heard us summon him, and he's in here this morning. The man, the myth, the doing great work, might I add. Absolutely great work. But yeah, Kevin, listen, I hear you. If On 3 says that, that's what On 3 says. But I do disagree to an extent. Now, I don't have any. I'm not On 3, but I would say I don't think that Alabama has the worst chance to flip him. If we're talking Georgia, Florida State, Bama, I don't think Bama has the worst chance to flip him. I think in terms of Georgia, Florida State, Bama, Kalen DeBoer is easily the best offensive mind amongst that three, easily the best quarterback developer amongst those three. And so we'll see. But I think Alabama is squarely in this race. I think Alabama is very squarely in this race. Sideswap Bama at the bottom. I don't trust them. It is what it is. For sure, Kevin. Or Brian. Yeah, 100%. Skylar says, yeah, Smook is tearing it up. I'm so happy for him. He's doing an incredible job, Skylar. He's doing an incredible job. And you love it when people go out there and they cut teeth the right way. And what I mean is like talking to the recruit. It's great to have media sources because those are always great, right? Always great. But Smook is out there talking to the recruits, and that's the way you do it. On who? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're referring to, Smook. Todd Tipton says On 3 isn't the gospel. Yeah. Oh, I think that's what Coach Smook is referring to. Yeah. No, I'm listen, I don't think that Alabama's in the worst chance to. I got to be careful with my hands. I have a little bit of an itch. I can't use my hands. But Smook is going to get y'all covered with all of the recruiting intel. You guys know he does a great job. Caleb says Matt Zollers is liking Alabama right now. He's the number 5 quarterback according to On 3. Penn State may get him, but he also likes Alabama. Absolutely. And if you're a quarterback, why wouldn't you come to Alabama? Why wouldn't you come to Alabama? You've got an unbelievable staff that has been known for developing great talent, and it's not just coming from one position. It's coming from multiple different areas, and that's what you love to see. But I certainly think that Alabama has got good as chance as anybody at flipping Juju Lewis. He's got connections. He's from the area. And I think that gives them a great chance. I think that gives them a very great chance. So we talk about recruiting. We've talked about Juju Lewis. We've talked about some of the offensive linemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that there is a defensive lineman who will be pulling the trigger here very soon. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. I think Alabama is in for a win very soon. Hopefully they get that win, but it's something to keep an eye out on. But I just have this feeling that Alabama is going to do something in recruiting here very soon. Watch some defensive line prospects because they're moving the needle for some defensive line prospects. Also, on top of that, speaking of moving the needle in recruiting, you've got wide receivers that Alabama is pushing away at. Very talented. And once again, if you are an offensive player, why wouldn't you come and play for Kalen DeBoer? Why wouldn't you come and play in this system? Last guy we're going to talk about on the recruiting front is Ty. Give us the take. Oh, I just think that Bama's really pushing for some talented defensive linemen. You had some guys here this week that really, really loved the visit. Sharma, right? Sharma, I think is very talented. I think he's a guy that you really enjoyed his visit. Would be a great addition to this class. Retaining Freddie Roach is massive in terms of continuity. Remember the other day we talked about how Alabama is facing and going up against Georgia. All these teams that may have 5 stars, but the one thing those teams have that Alabama doesn't is continuity across the board. Well, in the defensive line department, Alabama does have continuity. Freddie Roach, and he is a monster recruiter. And I think that he is going to be able to move the needle. Sharma is someone who I would keep an eye on. I would definitely do that. And guys, run the thumbs up. We have got 212 in here. We need at least 200 likes. Be sure to hit that. Completely free to do so. Hit that like. Sit back. Enjoy the show. Kyle's got you covered. Smook's got you covered. I'm here giving my analysis. We're going to have a great day. We're going to have a great day. Okay. Let's talk about the center position. I see there's some fighting going on. Looks like we may have depth there, and that's awesome. Exactly, Skylar. I am not one that thinks, oh, because Parker Brailsford is competing, that's a bad thing. That's a great thing. Ladies and gentlemen, Parker Brailsford is the highest graded returning center in all of college football. He was the second highest graded center in college football last year. If he is competing with Brockermeyer, that means Brockermeyer is growing. That means you have got healthy competition, and competition is exactly what you want. That indicates you have depth. Alabama did not have depth that they relied on at the center position this past year. Now you do. Coach Cap has talked about he wants that depth. And if you have it, you're going to be much more successful. Iron sharpens iron. It's the same principle of Jalen Mbakwe and Ryan Williams are going to be going up against each other every day in practice whenever Ryan Williams gets on campus. That makes them both better. That makes them both way better. You're going to have Jeremy Bernard going up against Zay Mincy, Malachi Moore, Hurley, Tony. You have all of these talented prospects competing against each other. That's what this is all about. Iron sharpens iron, and that's exactly what you love to see. But I agree, Skylar. I think it's a great thing that you're having competitive depth and that there is an actual competition going on there. That's going to be the best case scenario for the team. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Now, the last prospect I want to talk about before we shift over and start talking about scrimmage and expectations during the scrimmage is Dijon Lee. Dijon Lee, cornerback out of California, Mission Viejo, very, very gifted, rangy cornerback that has got the ability to play pretty much any position in the secondary. If need be, you could put him at safety, but he has got a ton of athletic ability. He can play corner. He's just got safety size. But one thing we know is you also have someone on roster already that has got safety size that's playing corner, Zay Mincy. We saw what Zay Mincy did in the Under Armour All-American game where he was picking people off. Fantastic in transition, fantastic in phase. The one play he had where he picked the guy off, I don't think they picked on Zay Mincy any after that, but it was beautiful watching him play it. Wide receiver comes off the line. He's instantly in phase. After he knows, okay, I've got the wide receiver covered, his eyes instantly went to the quarterback, and he watched the quarterback throw the ball, got the interception. Beautiful, beautiful play out of Zay Mincy at the All-American game. And that's best against best. That's why I've always loved referring to the All-American game where Zabian Brown was automatic. He and Jeremiah Smith had a great battle. Jeremiah Smith won some, Zabian Brown won some, as you can expect with elite prospects. Ryan Williams was so hyper productive, they were actually having conversations of, hey, is Ryan Williams the number one wide receiver in the nation? And if that's the case, is he the number one player in the nation? Remember, Jeremiah Smith was the number one player in the nation. They were actually discussing, is Ryan Williams is he far behind him? The answer is no. The answer is no. Ryan Williams would be the number one player in the class of 2025 had he not reclassified. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Alabama has a guy that will be here during the summer that had he not reclassified, had he gone through senior year, not only would he have won Mr. Alabama football 3 years in a row, he would have been the number one player in the class of 2025, and you can take that to the bank. That's how talented he is. Who coming in this summer makes an impact? Ryan Williams, Rich, I think, is going to push for an impact. Now, we know it's a very talented wide receiver room, but we know Ryan Williams has different ability. Ryan Williams has got different ability. And earlier I was talking about Caleb Odom. And I was talking about how Caleb Odom, it makes sense they transitioned him to wide receiver because he has wide receiver tendencies. He's not just winning off of physicality. Yes, that's part of why he's winning, but he's winning off of his release. He's winning through different phases of the route where he's able to gain separation. That's why he's winning. It just so happens that he's 6'5", 215 pounds. Ryan Williams is winning from a variety of reasons. First and foremost, his release is automatic. He's going to beat a lot of DBs right off the line of scrimmage. Secondly, you can't keep up with him. He's too fast. This is a guy that logged a 10, what was it? What did he log, guys, in the undefeated? A 10-3, 100-meter dash before his senior year? That's incredible. And he was you're only getting faster at that age, right? Like he's still at the age where he's still getting a little bit faster year in, year out. I'm not saying you're going to go from like 10-3 to a 9-1, of course. But the guy has got track speed, legitimate track speed. But that's not why he's winning. He's utilizing his track speed. There's clips of Ryan Williams, and he is in phase of his routes. And one of the things I love that he does, he already understands the intricacies of how to attack defensive backs as a junior in high school. This is something, ladies and gentlemen, you don't see some very talented wide receivers develop until they get to college. The understanding of how to attack a defensive back with nuance. Ryan Williams understands how to do it before his senior year. What do I mean when I say how to attack a defensive back with nuance? Ryan Williams will be in a route, start cutting to the right, get the defensive back to turn their head, and the second that they turn, he's cutting back inside, and now they're all turned around. It's the same principle. You reach, I teach. That's exactly what Ryan Williams is doing. He is using nuance to win. That's what makes him special. It's his athletic ability alone makes him special, but his understanding of the wide receiver position and how to be successful there at such a young age, it's rare. It's rare, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why I'm so excited. So excited. People asking, how serious is Jaylen Hale's injury? George Scott, I don't have that information, and I don't particularly want to speculate on that. Trent says, what happened to Jaylen Hale? All we know is that it's a leg injury, and he left in an ambulance. Other than that, I don't really want to speculate on what it could be, right? I just don't want to put anything out there, anything like that. Demetrius Duggan says, Ryan Williams is like Jalen Waddle when he came in with the loaded wide receiver room. I agree. Ryan Williams has got so much ability. Ryan Williams has got so much ability. The Jordan quote, you like that, Caleb? You like that? Well, it's the same with Ryan Williams. Right? And granted, it's a little bit different, but you get how I'm applying it. You make one wrong move covering Ryan Williams, he's going to take advantage. And it's not just his athleticism. That's what I'm telling you guys. That's what's rare about Ryan Williams. That's why all the recruiting experts loved his game. Because he's got all the physical tools you could ever want. He's got the speed. He's got the route running ability. His releases off the line of scrimmage are beautiful, but he's also really smart. He is also a really smart wide receiver. That's going to pay off massively for him getting on the field. Mike says, thought I heard. I haven't heard anything about that, Mike. I haven't heard. Ryan can go up and get it, Ty. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. So coming back to Dijon Lee, right? The last recruit we're going to talk about. Dijon Lee is someone who Alabama is pushing for. Now, the other school that I think you need to be watching if we're talking Dijon Lee is Georgia. Now, why does Georgia make sense? Well, Georgia just went out there and got the USC DB coach, Dante Williams. Dante Williams was someone who recruited at a really high level for USC. In fact, he's a big reason why Damani Jackson ended up at USC. Out of high school was Coach Williams. Coach Williams was someone who was really active on the trail. Now, what do we also know? We know that USC defense was in shambles last year, and it was through all phases. All phases of that USC defense was not good. I'm interested to see what Coach Williams is able to do at Georgia, where he's got more defensive structure. It's hard to say where to place blame because for those of you that know my content, you'll know I'm not exactly the biggest proponent of Alex Grinch, and I wasn't exactly the biggest in terms of believing he would get that defense turned around. The last great defense Alex Grinch coached was 2013. Ever since then, it has been a little bit painful. Ohio State's defense, he took over that. That didn't go well. Oklahoma didn't go well. USC didn't go well. We'll see. But Damani Jackson is now at Alabama. If you're Dijon Lee, you have someone from California who can say, hey, man, I was just under Coach Williams. Great guy. But I can tell you this, what they're doing here is different. That's something to think about. Something to think about. Love that Damani Jackson is there because it's going to be something that is an asset to Alabama in this battle. Though Alabama already has great recruiters such as a Mo Linguist who has recruited the Texas area really well, right? We talked about Mo Linguist being from Dallas, having played in Waco, coached in Houston, and then came right back to Dallas with the Cowboys. That's the biggest areas in all of Texas. You have Hitchler, who is a fantastic recruiter, top 15 recruiter in all of college football at Wisconsin. Now he's got the Alabama brand. That guy's going to hit the ground running. So Dijon Lee is someone I would also keep an eye on, because I think Alabama's moving the needle in a very positive direction. It looks to be a Georgia-Bama battle, and hopefully this is one that Alabama can bring home. But let's transition. Let's talk about this scrimmage. What should you expect in the scrimmage? Personally, it's all about growth. For me, it's not about hearing this guy unquestionably won a position, though let's be honest, I think everybody would be happy if that's what we heard. That's always great. But for me, what's far more important is if after the scrimmage we hear from Coach Womack and Coach DeBoer saying, hey, the guys, they're getting it down, man. Like they're learning this far faster than we expected. We are ahead of schedule in terms of our implementation of this brand new offense and this defense. We're ahead of schedule. We have young guys that are really adhering to what we're learning and implementing it into their game, and we're really excited. If we hear that after this first scrimmage, that alone is a massive win. We don't have to hear that everything is done. It's too early. We just need to hear that everything is coming together nicely. And from all indications, it is. But if we hear that, that is going to be a big win. Now, one of the things we talked about earlier, with Jaylen Hale's injury, you're going to have different wide receivers getting reps. Someone like a Jaron Hamilton, right? Someone like a Caleb Odom could get a lot of reps and have an opportunity to create value for themselves. And like Saban says, it's all about creating value. It's one of the reasons why I was so excited for Jaylen Hale, because he did such a great job at creating value last season. Though he didn't have the most opportunity, every time he got an opportunity, he made the most of it. 5 receptions, 148 yards, 29.6 average yards per reception. So as we barrel towards A-Day, these are the things I'm looking for. It's not necessarily that so-and-so is the unquestioned X or whatever. That's great to hear, but that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is, like Demetrius said, good competition. What I'm looking for is Coach Womack, Coach DeBoer coming out, Coach Sheridan after practice and saying, hey, they're getting it. They're getting it quicker than we expected. Our implementation of this offense, this defense, it's going as smooth as possible. And we are really happy about that. Ladies and gentlemen, if we hear that, that is a huge, huge win. Featuring producer T is about to come on. 100% Caleb. 100% call-ins about to happen in here just a few minutes. Antoine says, yeah, I need to go ahead and put in my off day for A-Day because I ain't trying to sell no cars that day. 100% Antoine. You need to get out there. You need to get out there. Skylar saying, I'm anxious to see what DeBoer does with Milroe. I am too, Skylar. Very excited. Milroe has not had a quarterback coach like Kalen DeBoer in his college career. Picking up apart other schools in the April portal. Ryan Day saying he'll pick other schools apart for that. What's your thoughts? I didn't hear this. Ty, Josh Pate referring to Ohio State wide receiving corps getting picked apart by other schools in the April portal. Ryan Day. So they recruit wide receivers very well. I actually think that they are about to get a big win in recruiting for some wide receivers. They just had some wide receivers decommit, right? And if I'm reading tea leaves correctly, and I, think I have the grasp on their wide receiver coach and co-offensive coordinator that I think I do, they'll be getting some wide receiver wins here soon. Who that is remains to be seen. I have some ideas, but it's going to be interesting to see. But Josh Pate and other coaches, they've admitted that this April portal window is going to be wild. They've talked about how it is going to break before it gets fixed. And that to me is a little bit scary. It really is something that I think could have been avoided. I hate this notion that the NCAA has sat on their hands, and this is where we are. We're barreling. I said this the other day on the SEC Connect, another show we do, okay? That right now it feels like college football is a runaway 18-wheeler, and we're going down the mountain, and there are so many exit ramps we could take to stop the runaway 18-wheeler. But instead, the NCAA is just completely fine with letting this thing barrel down the mountain. Forget any collateral damage. They're just completely fine with barreling down the mountain. I don't understand that notion. I don't understand why the NCAA has been so inactive. I mean, I guess I do, but at the same time, I don't. I just, it makes no sense to me. Nothing the NCAA makes any sense to me. And you guys already know. You give me a mic, I'm going to rant against the NCAA. Everybody have a good morning. I'll be back in the evening. Kimberly, thank you for hanging out with us. Great to have you. Josh says Fridge fits in well at OSU. Yeah, that's, I'd watch that one. Byron says, I'm excited about Ty Simpson and Austin Mack as well. We have a great quarterback room, ladies and gentlemen. Alabama has got an incredible quarterback room. Super excited to see Jalen Milroe take that next step in his evolution, though. Now, I did have a question up here I wanted to talk about. AJ Williams says, you think Proctor comes back and gets his spot back? I don't think he gets his spot back. I think if he gets it, it's earned. Right? And I think that there's an important distinction to be had there, AJ. Right now, I don't think that this coaching staff is operating under the assumption that, oh, yeah, whenever Proctor gets here, he's left tackle. Proctor's got to take that. He's got to take that position. He's got to earn that position. Nothing is given. Everything is earned. And he's going to face competition. But, and I don't know this for certain, I would imagine in order for him to get back on the team, there would have had to have been, or there was probably a team meeting. The leaders of the team talked about it and said, okay, we'll have him back. But I'm sure that the people that he knows in this locker room have already told him, like, hey, man, we'd love to have you back. We love you. But you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to prove it. You left, and now you're back, and that's awesome. People make mistakes. That's cool. That's cool. But you have got to earn it. I imagine that's somewhat how it went, right? He's already full ahead. It's tweaking. Word is he's already dropped 20 to 25 pounds, looking to drop another 15. He needed to. I talked about this all the time last year. The second I heard people saying Alabama's offensive line's bigger than the NFL offensive lines, that was a red flag to me. I instantly was like, oh boy, I don't like that. Now, you might wonder why. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that the NFL can't have the biggest offensive line out there. The NFL can get the best talent out there. If they want an offensive line that's averaging 400 pounds, they can do it. They don't for a reason, because it's not conducive to success. Alabama learned that the hard way. You had an 18-year-old out there playing at 370 pounds, going up against edge rushers that have been in college for years, getting their strength and conditioning right. That to me was instantly like, oh boy, that's a red flag. I was really excited for Alabama's offensive line, but you can go back to my channel. You can go back to my lives. You can go back to some of the conversations Smook and I have had, because Smook and I were real early on this. Real early. I'm talking game 1 or 2. Actually, I know game 2. Smook and I got on a stream and we were like, this is ridiculous. I don't want to hear one more time about how big this offensive line is. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. In fact, Smook and I were talking about how the second team offensive line, specifically Jaden Roberts, before he had taken that starting position, whenever they came in, they showed more pop. They showed more athleticism, more explosiveness. Now, not all the way across the board. Tyler Booker is Tyler Booker, right? He's a dog. He's a dog. But it's the other guys, right? Jaden Roberts came in there and you saw he was just a different type of athlete on that offensive line. This year, I think that's more what we can expect. That type of movement. Jaden Roberts is someone who could get to the second level. You needed him to pull? Cool. Send him. He's going to pancake people. He has that athletic ability. That's what Alabama needs. That's what they need, and they need it in a bad way. Now, Jay Townsend saying, good morning, Ty. Just logged in. What happened to Milroe? Nothing happened to Milroe, Jay. Milroe is Milroe. The only injury news I have is the Jaylen Hale injury news. Some people saying Otis is hurt. Don't know anything about that, so I don't want to speak to that. But, yeah, And Gary says our past few offensive line coaches have sucked. And listen, I got to eat crow. I thought Wolford would be a solution because I looked at what he did at Kentucky. And he was a solution at Kentucky, but he was not a solution at Alabama. And certainly, Doug Marrone was no solution. Doug Marrone was certainly no solution. Otis has got a foot injury. He'll be good to go. JT says, that's great to hear because you guys know I'm really, really, really high on Otis for what he's going to be able to do this year. We had a little bit of a conversation about this the other day. Someone's saying that Smook is putting the thumbs down for that. So maybe not. Maybe Otis is. I don't know what the deal with Otis is, so I'm not going to speculate. Roberts is a dog, Demetrius says. Yeah, Roberts is an unbelievable talent at the offensive line. Hopefully Otis is good to go because I think now that you get him more back in his natural position, remember, you moved him around some last year. It was an MC. Okay, gotcha. Is he going to be good to go, though? Everything looking on the up and up, though, Smook? If you have that information, please. As long as he's on the up and up, I'm going to be very happy. But interior defensive line, you got a lot of different options. You got a lot of different dudes. Going to be interesting. What did Goofball say? Facts. Oh, yeah. Goofball, 100%. 100%. With an offense... Ladies and gentlemen, Alabama took Michigan, the national champions, to overtime with an offensive line that ranked number 129th in the nation in sacks allowed. Let that marinate for a second. No, seriously. Take a step back. And think about this for a second. What are the fundamental truths to college football? Football. Forget college football. What are the fundamental truths to football? You win the line of scrimmage, you can be successful in the game. But it starts and stops at the line of scrimmage. Over the course of the past 3 years, Alabama has averaged the 99th offensive line in the nation in terms of sacks allowed. I understand there are people saying, well, some of those sacks are on Jalen Milroe. This was a problem when Bryce Young was the quarterback. This was a problem under Doug Marrone. This was a problem 2 years under Coach Eric Wolford. You don't end up at the average 99th offensive line in the nation for no reason. But through all that, Alabama sustained success. Kyle, talk to me here. True or false? If Alabama even had a top 50, top 60 offensive line in the nation in sacks allowed, they win the chip. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about it yesterday that because I was commenting on the fact that a lot of the media sites in our market, right, like all the media people, they sent people out to Spokane and to Los Angeles to cover the basketball team. We're not at that level to be able just to send people across the country. And T and I, from the business perspective, learned a lot going to the Rose Bowl in terms of kind of like the revenue lost because, or the revenue not made and money going out because it's so expensive to go to California to cover the Rose Bowl, hotels, meals, all this stuff. But the point is I was so certain that they would beat Michigan. And I think if they were tightened up on the offensive line, that they do beat Michigan. And I've said this a million times. I feel that in hindsight, if they would have played Michigan maybe a week after Georgia, that they win the national championship. So, the offensive line, I think when you kind of look back at the season, I think it's easy to point fingers to the offensive line. But, with that said, there was, this team, I think, still overachieved. I still think that Coach Saban, was probably one of his best coaching jobs. I mean, after Alabama lost that second game of the season, if you go back and read the receipts, I mean, so many people wanted Coach Saban replaced by Coach Prime, by other coaches, by Kiffin, by whoever else, everybody but Dabo Swinney. Nobody ever wanted Dabo to come here, even when Coach Saban retired, which is the interesting thing. Am I kind of like coming in and out? Like
you had a bit of a flicker, but you seem good now.
All right, man. What's going on today? We're having all sorts of weird stuff happen. Maybe it could be a StreamYard deal. Have you thought about that, Ty?
I think. Well, the thing is when we do the SEC Connect through a different platform, and I had the same problems over there.
Huh.
So yeah, for me, it's an Apple thing, and I just got to get with Smook because he knows how to turn it off. But once I turn it off, I'll be good to go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's why I'm excited. And I asked Jaden Roberts yesterday, kind of about the offensive continuity. And I think I can pull up that video real fast and see if I can just pull it up on the fly. And it's a short video with Jaden Roberts. And basically, I'm asking him about the continuity with the fact that, and I didn't ask him about Caden Proctor because I'm not sure if they can comment on Proctor yet. But I asked him about Tyler Booker, Brailsford, Brockemeyer coming back. Here's the clip from yesterday. It's a YouTube short, but it should pull up here real fast.
Love it.
With Tyler Booker, you come back with Brockemeyer, you come back with now Parker Brailsford. How much continuity is there right now with the offensive line?
There's a lot, man. We got guys with experience and guys without experience. I think the guys with experience, like me, Book, Parker, and Brock, we're just trying to do our best to teach the younger guys, like, hey, this is a standard, and this is our job. Like, you know what I mean? We're trying to get this done, and we're trying to do it to the best of our ability. But just overall, like, it's really good for the room because it's different. You got guys that know what they're doing and don't know what they're doing, but we're working hard either way.
And Coach Kapilovic, how is his intensity and overall, how has it been with him thus far?
It's amazing. For our O-line coach, we need a coach like that, very intense, very detailed and ready to go every day, just getting the small details in order and ready to do our job as an O-line.
All right, so that was from yesterday. You could see the two microphones as Coach Smook and I getting in there with Jaden Roberts. And we missed out on Brian Ellis, the tight ends coach, and Robbie Oots. The format yesterday was so strange. I think because they're like redoing the practice field and they had to use the indoor yesterday, they moved us to the second floor, like above the weight room. It was a cool view because you could see the entire weight room. But I mean, like Kurt McNair was there, for example, right? Or Chase Goodbread, like these guys who have covered Alabama for like decades. And I was like, yo, has there ever been interviews up here for the players or coaches? They're like, nah, this is the first time. So every time, for the most part, that we've been there, I think it's kind of more coincidence. We've been in different spots for to hear the coaches. But I was like, there's a media room not too far from here that we could just go into. People starting to talk about Keon Keeley and transferring. I haven't heard anything about that. I know that they have, moved him to the defensive line position, and I think people are seeing are making it in their mind that because he has been moved to a position just in this experimental period of spring, that means that maybe the writing's on the wall that he's going to transfer. We don't know. I mean, you could hear everybody talk about college football and the transfer portal and what is to come, and that nobody is safe, right? Did Pate say that? Ty, I know you follow Pate.
Oh, Pate said that this spring window is going to break college football. That's he and some people in the background have said that what's about to happen is that there are entire position groups right now that are going to meetings telling everybody, hey, I'm locked in. They already know where they're going. They're dipping. It's already been decided. So strap in.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not surprised to hear that. Honestly, the news has been incredible this first quarter, like January, February, March. But I think April and May are also going to be promising from at least our content creator standpoint because of the fallout from the transfer portal. And I think there's going to be guys hit the portal, guys come into Alabama. It's just the new way. I mean, that's how it's going to be. Yo, Kyle, the audio was on point. Did you and Bull Smook? Yeah. So we have two mics and we have a transmitter. So the most important thing to me always is audio. I don't mess around with audio. I learned that a long time ago. There's a big difference. Smook, what's up? I see you up in the Smook's in the background. I can see Smook. He's probably working some administrative stuff, but I look down and he's like, it looks like he's working on like a science. You see him? It looks like he's working on like kind of science experiment or something. Oh, now he's flexing. But
what is happening down there?
Yeah, but the audio I don't play. Like that is the most important thing. Even if it takes a little bit of time to like in post-production to get the levels raised, the proper way is, but what has happened because everybody has a phone and they get it up to Twitter so fast that I think it kind of waters down the content. But the right way to do it is to shoot the video and then to take it to your computer in post-production, raise the audio levels, make sure the lighting is good, and then upload it. By that time, you have missed out on, everybody has posted their videos on, from their phones, and that's it. So you're like, I kind of heard this, but then when you get a better, well-produced video, it doesn't do as well because the algorithm has already taken in all these, below average videos and pushed them out. So that's why we're always trying to figure out the fastest way to get the information to you in the highest quality level, but it's difficult. For example, University of Alabama, they have nobody carries these gigantic computers anymore. Nobody does. Everybody's on their phone. And they have these huge cameras, like they're probably like $45 to, I don't know, $6,000, right? And they shoot, and then they go to their media room and they work on all of the editing, and then they upload the video. Well, that video is uploaded about an hour and 15 minutes after everybody's video has been loaded, so nobody watches that video. But it's the best video that you can watch, and with the best audio. So that's kind of like, the world that we live in over here is kind of trying to figure out how to give you the best video, immediately. So I'm always working on that. It's not easy because the way that they have done this too is you don't go to the media room. Like there's just 50 to 60 people around a coach and you're just jockeying for audio. So what I did was I took tricks of the trade. I thought about this the other day when I was working out. So I came up with a tripod mechanism to where I connected two microphones together and I put it up by the podium so you could hear reporters' questions and his answers. So I don't know. It's it's a lot. But Ty, I was before you dip out, or if you want to hang out, that's cool with me. The wide receiver position, there's so many names to go through. And one of the names that Coach Shepard was talking about yesterday was actually, I think I could probably play it too, is Jamarcus Shepard, or is Emmanuel Henderson. And let me see if I can get that stuff. Let me see if I can get that video. Because it's worth checking out. He was talking about Emmanuel Henderson. Here we go. Let's see if I can. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pan through this video real fast. See if I can get to, here's Kobe Prentice. And then I think I can scroll. Here's, just watch this just for a little bit because I didn't put out the full video. I just did like a short of this. But here's Jamarcus Shepard. The guy, absolutely incredible interview. Here's Jamarcus Shepard right here.
It's opportunity. And that's what we had here. These guys will have some opportunities to have that type of success.
Are you starting to see guys separate themselves in that competition, I guess?
Certainly we got guys who are coming out every day and performing at a high level. Some of these guys are really showcasing that they got some true ability out there, but I see flashes from each and every one of them. So it's hard to really say that anybody's separated themselves. I think we got a group of receivers who are all growing together. Again, with limited reps and opportunities to actually be out there in prior years, there's going to be a huge jump in terms of just their opportunity to have that type of success that we want from them. So I really appreciate just how they're working every single day.
Did you have to fight a little bit with Coach Ellis to get Caleb over on your side of the line?
I typically don't want to lose a fight too often, so, I'm not going to say yay or nay to that. But certainly that young man, I really appreciate his attitude and demeanor. He's a physical young man, and I love seeing that from him. We talked a lot about his mom and his little brother in our meeting, and, just helping him to remember the why behind why he's out here playing the game. So just want to tell his mom, thank you for letting us have him. Thank you for letting me have him. He's been a blessing. Truly appreciate having Caleb Odom in the room.
Coach Shep, with the type of wide receivers that's available here at the University of Alabama and transitioning, knowing the type that you like, would you say this was the ideal group, and could you expound on that a little bit more?
You know what? I think whoever I get in the room, I'm going to coach them and make them better, and that's the bottom line. I'm not so concerned about I got to have this specific guy or that specific guy. My job is to come into the room, and whoever we got, that's who we need to go ahead and coach up. And obviously through recruitment, you start recruiting certain guys based on, hey, what do we have in the room and what do we need? So We got a lot of different skill sets in the room right now. We got a lot of different guys who have the capability to make people miss, run, block people, play physical, change direction, drop their weight at the top of routes, block on the perimeter, carry the ball in a way that is going to allow us to have success. So these guys all carry some really great skill sets, and it's our job as coaches to try to find a way to put them in position to utilize those skill sets.
What type of having Jeremy to kind of translate for?
There's no
what's
question.
his development been like?
There's no question it helps with Jeremy. He did a great job helping the guys learn and understand what my expectations are in the room, but also understand the playbook. Right now, Jeremy is one of those guys who also is trying to learn his role with the team, become a leader within the group. I think he somewhat is a leader because of the requirement and that he knows the playbook. But leadership is about influence, and he's trying to influence these guys to do the right things, not only on the field, but off the field.
Speaking of just different skill sets, what sets E-Man, Emmanuel Henderson, apart in that room?
That boy can run, okay? E-Man can run. There's no doubt about it. I think that in the time that I've been here, his ability to drop his weight and get in and out of his breaks has improved immensely. His football knowledge, FBI, all right, he really truly has becoming more and more of a guy that can be counted on to know and understand the why behind what we're doing on the football field. So been really impressed with him so far. There was a lot of rhetoric about what kind of player he was because of former guys who were here, and to this point he's been everything I've wanted him to be.
You guys have really, it seems like you put some effort into getting the word out.
Yeah. So what you're going to see right here is, so I think I had the camera at this point, and Smook and I both have microphones, so I'm kind of like peeling away, and then we walked through. See where we were? You see that? T, what's up?
Hello, everyone.
So we were walking, and then we were see there's Kobe, and then we had to kind of cut through. There's Joe Gaither of Bama Central.
Okay, so this is the top of the weight.
Yeah, this is the top of the weight room. There was like people working out.
All right, we're going over for more player interviews.
A little awkward, right?
Yeah, this is how it was yesterday. So then here was Robert, who was Robbie Oots right there with the stash.
Jaden Roberts.
And we rolled up to Jaden
What a
Roberts.
glorious dash.
Man,
Yeah, that was a good stash.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right?
Overall, it's just
Hey,
about getting the job done and killing who's across from you. Just kind of going into the season, just kind of in the off season too.
And then I think you guys already saw this part. So then from here we left, and then we walked out. Oh, here was Coach Shepard talking with Kirk. They were talking about something. And then we walked out here, and then we sat on these benches, and we did our post game or our post practice. But the thing was, at this point in time, I had forgot my my tripod. I'd left it inside this weight room. So it's like a fortress trying to go back into there, because the SID guy meets you outside and then they let you in right through this one door. And so I had to go back in there, and Smook came back with me, but then Smook peeled off to go talk to some people, of course. And then I went into this place, and there was a janitor, and I was like, man, I forgot my tripod. So I went up there, and actually it was the Bama Central. It was Katie.
Yeah.
And Joe Gaither. So Katie texted Tony that it was my tripod.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because you guys know Katie Wyndham, who's, by the way, is an amazing reporter.
Oh, yeah. She does a great job.
Yeah.
And she has the best questions every time.
She does. She is a really good reporter. Katie Wyndham, Bama Central. And I was able to get it, my tripod, then we went back. So not a huge deal. We appreciate, them helping out. Ty, look, I think that the overall energy that's been talked about a bunch, but when you hear when you hear Nick Shepard speak about whether it's the quarterbacks or the offense, I mean, what is your early impression of Nick Sheridan and just the couple of times that we've had to hear from Coach Shepard? Because think about this, and I talked to Coach Smook about this yesterday. He was the tight ends coach yesterday at Washington, and it's been amazing to see him grasp. And I think he fully understands, he's got the keys to Bugatti, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, whatever Alabama's offense is going to be called. But What have been your early thoughts, things you've read, things you've heard about Coach Shepard thus far?
Well, Coach Shepard, first and foremost, I think that the way he answered those questions, I've made it no secret how excited I am for him. Like I said during my segment, Kyle, and you'll remember this because you and I were live when this happened. Whenever Seattle was, will they take Grubb and Huff and who else? You and I were sitting here and I said, listen, you can take Grubb. That's going to sting, but we have the professor. You took the student, we got the professor. And as long as we got the professor, I'm chilling. You can take Huff. That stings because of our offensive line issues. But the one name I was like, the one name I will personally walk to Tuscaloosa and fight for is Shepard. Leave him because ladies and gentlemen, he's different. The way he interacts with people, that Caleb Odom answer is one of the better answers I've seen from a college coach. The way he was talking about his skill set and then the way he showed the humility and saying like, hey, I just want to thank his family and his mom for trusting him with us, right? Because he understands this is not just about developing football players. This is about developing young men into leaders, into people who will go out and be successful. And that alone tells you that's what he's here for. Yes, he's a football coach. He is a coach of men. And Alabama is very lucky to have that and lucky to sustain that. Now, in terms of Sheridan, Nick Sheridan's a former quarterback. So, yeah, he was the tight ends coach. He knows quarterbacking. He's coached quarterbacks at South Florida. He helped coach quarterbacks at Western Kentucky. He's coached quarterbacks at Indiana. He was the offensive coordinator at Indiana. This is a guy that's familiar with the territory, right? He's someone who is a student of the game, has been around the professor, and I think Alabama is in a great spot. Having him and Shepard as co-offensive coordinators, I think that's all you can ask for. And lest we forget, Kyle, Brian Ellis is the tight ends coach, but that is another guy who is an offensive wizard who is now learning under the professor.
Yeah, he did a lot. He did a lot too last year, Brian Ellis, over the last couple of years. Thanks for pointing that out. T, we just had a new fan funder. Can you, first of all, thank them, everybody in the Undefeated, thank them, but tell them how to become a fan funder.
Yeah, so you can hit the link pinned at the top of the chat, or you can find it on the homepage. So either one of those options will work.
And we appreciate you. I mean, we are supported by viewers like you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So as low as $2.99 per month, you can support the YouTube channel. And you'll be highlighted in green, and you get to use different emojis. The Texas, the horns down is one of the favorite ones, but there's a bunch of them in there. Ty has one, I have one, T has one, Smook has one, Sean, Jarek, Merrill. Everybody has different emojis, and we might need to make one for Patriot Life because he's putting
That's a great idea,
right? Isn't that maybe we should do that? And then when he put thank you, okay, so how about we make one for Patriot Life, and when he fan funds, everybody hits it with the emoji for Patriot Life, right?
Yeah, guys, that's how we pay the coaches is through your memberships and super chats. So it's how we can have all these guys on all day. So it makes a big difference.
And we really stream a ton. I mean, we haven't been streaming like all day like we did when, the Coach Saban, that was like covering like
that's like 16-hour days.
No, that was like
12, like 15-hour days.
Yeah,
right?
Like the inauguration or something.
Yeah, that was. And we're going to get back.
Weren't you and I live for 11 hours straight the day after he retired?
It was like, it was like 11 or like 15 because what happened is StreamYard, the platform we use, it couldn't even equate for how long we were streaming. So in the system, it was only doing 12 hours, but on YouTube, we were going like 15.
Yeah.
That was crazy. What was not crazy was Nick Sheridan's post yesterday. So I'll play a little bit from him yesterday. I was able to ask him about Caleb Odom, and Smook gets a question in as well about the offense. Let's see if we can kind of get to that.
Right by that smooth transition.
Yeah, let's see if I can get it. So see, they put it here. See this little mechanism right in the center. To see the microphone, and then see to the right. That's the little contraption that I made. I thought about that.
Yours?
Yeah, I thought about that just a few minutes yesterday in the afternoon. Anyways, here's Nick Sheridan.
What have you seen from that too?
Competition. That's how we're handling it. Yeah. So we're promoting competition. We challenged the group, all positions, to seek competition this week. And I think those two guys, Parker and Brock, have really done a nice job. You know, they're two good players. They're battling. But our center position has played well to this point. And we need to. They got to be strong in the middle. So those guys have done a nice job. And, you know, for Brock to learn a new system, I'm really proud of him, of how hard he's worked. And obviously Parker has experience playing in the scheme and some of the communication, but there's some changes too. So both those guys are great, hardworking, competitive. Yeah, we're really happy with those two kids.
Coach, what do you continue to see out of Caleb Odom now that he's with the wide receivers after you've had some time to evaluate him?
Yeah, I mean, talented player, no doubt about it. Coach Shep, you know, is pouring into him, and he's getting better and better each and every day. I think, you know, when you have a young skill player, you know, the stamina, the endurance, you know, the volume of running in practice, the effort. And the thing that I would say about Caleb is he's a sponge. He soaks it all in. And so we're pleased with where he's at. He's got work to do. There's no doubt. He's a young player. But, you know, we're glad he's on our team.
Is installation going well for the quarterbacks? And when it does that facilitate better installation for everybody else, or is it still totally individual?
No, I mean, I think you're always monitoring the level of execution with really, you know, the two groups that you're always paying very close attention to is the offensive line and the quarterbacks, making sure that they're understanding the scheme, the communication systems, techniques, fundamentals, and that's, you know, when those two positions know exactly what they're doing, I think the other positions can play fast and confident as well. So, you know, we need 11 guys to execute at a high level each and every snap. There's no one position that you know, not on offense. You can't have 10 guys doing the right thing and one not. And so, you know, we poured a lot on them. You know, we're asking them to absorb a lot of information, but we know over time, you know, that'll pay off for us.
You've got a lot of numbers at the quarterback position. How's that battle for the, you know, number two sort of sorting out so far?
They're competing. Yeah, I think that's a really talented group and great kids. And yeah, I'm excited about the group. You know, I think there's some young players that are very talented, and they're getting better as well. You know, for all those guys, you know, even Austin, who is, you know, familiar with the system, he's 17 years old. You know, this is his first spring practice. And so all those guys, Austin, Dylan, Ty, Jalen, each guy is improving. I thought we took a stride today. We've had some ups and downs, certainly as you would expect, installing a new scheme, a new offense. But those kids are great. I feel lucky to be their coach.
What are some of the hurdles that you guys have faced in installing the scheme? And
we don't really look at it. We don't really look at it as hurdles. We just kind of try to attack it and get better. You know, we don't really evaluate it as we're behind, ahead. We're just where we're at, and we're trying to be better tomorrow than we were today. And so, you know, we have a way that we install the offense. I think you adapt that with your group each and every year, who you have, right? The skill set of the players. But there's, you know, we don't look at it as hurdles. You know, we just look at it as identifying areas where we need to improve on and trying to attack those and get better each and every day, and then build on the things we did well. I think that's what we always try to do as a staff.
With the return, you mentioned the competition. How is it looking at the offensive tackle spots?
They're right in the thick of it. So those kids are young, talented, hungry, well coached. You know, I think Cap's doing a phenomenal job. You know, he's an excellent offensive line. He's an expert offensive line coach. And we're lucky that he's our offensive line coach, and he's pouring into those kids, and those kids have responded. And I see improvement each and every day. Physicality, toughness, effort. I think we all recognize the importance of the offensive line in this league. And, you know, we're not where we need to be, but those kids are improving. And Cap's doing a great job, and those kids are working their tail off each and every day.
Yeah, and so how this works, again, is like we are all around Sheridan. There's probably like 30 to 40 people around him, and Smook was on the back right, and I was holding the camera. It was on a tripod, and so I was able to get a question. But how the questions are is you just ask a question. There's no like raise your hand, like it's just kind of like free for all, and a lot of it is like yeah, and exactly. So and a lot of it is positioning. So the reporters, the writers, they're strategic because they get closer to the coach, like on the sides, because they're not worried about the video, right? So like for us, like we're on like the outside because we're worried about the video and the audio. So you're kind of like on this, the outside of the perimeter sometimes. So you know, but it's it's been cool to have this sort of access. But anyways, I mean, Nick Sheridan right there talking about, Caleb Odom or the quarterbacks. Austin Mack, I mean, as he mentioned, I was thinking about this too. Austin Mack, he's 17 years old. Okay. You know who else is 17 is Ryan Williams. So these guys coming in by this time, and I think Ryan Williams just turned 17. I don't know when Austin Mack turns 18. But I mean, these guys are 18 and 17 years old, right? I mean, he's still a minor, and he's going to get here, be playing with these guys, and he should be one of the standouts. And I don't know, regardless of what happens to Jaylen Hale, and I hope he gets back sooner than later. We don't, at the beginning we were talking that we don't know the extent of his injury just yet, and we will get an update probably tomorrow from Coach Kalen DeBoer if he has one. Tomorrow, Alabama has their first scrimmage of this season. But my point is, Austin Mack looks pretty damn good, and we all know that Ryan Williams is that guy, and those guys are under 18 years old. It just really just blows my mind, to be honest, Ty.
And Kyle, you and I have talked about this, but I want to continue bringing this up. Josh Pate, last year, before the season started, when he was doing his rounds, he got to Washington, and he said, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing a lot about a Washington quarterback that's really impressing. Really turning heads." And he said, "Would you be shocked if I told you that it wasn't Penix I'm talking about?" Of course, Penix is doing his job. Josh Pate went on this whole soliloquy saying Austin Mack is really impressing the folks at Washington. He said he's green. He's got a lot of learning to do, but the natural ability. Pate was saying he hasn't seen people as excited about a quarterback as this Washington staff was about Austin Mack's future in a while. And he said it meant a lot that was the praise he was getting when they had a guy named Michael Penix already on roster. So he's green, but man, oh man, is he talented. I didn't realize he was only 17. That's incredible.
And think about this. Let's just say he has this magical season, or let's just say, okay, let me ask you, Undefeated, okay? And I'll ask you this as well, Ty. Inside the comment box, and I know we put these high expectations on all these freshmen, and people are going to be hyping. Like, imagine the first time we see footage of Ryan Williams. People are going to go crazy, right? But let me ask you, Undefeated, how many yards do you think that Ryan Williams catches for this year? Do you think over 400 yards this year for Ryan Williams? Thumbs up if you think over 400 yards this season. Ty, what do you think?
That's a great question. I think he could be close to that. I think that's about, because like I said in my segment, Ryan Williams is well beyond his years in terms of understanding the wide receiver position. Now, that being said, he's got to come in, get the offense down, get the jump from high school to college. I apologize. And this is a really talented wide receiver room, but Kyle, Jeremy Bernard is a guy that people thought would be Washington's wide receiver 1 this year. How many yards did he catch for last season? Let me look this up.
I think Jeremy Bernard had over 700 all-purpose yards, and I think he had like over 400 yards receiving. So yeah, I'm asking you, Undefeated, how many yards do you think Ryan Williams will record this season as a freshman? And what I'm asking this for is because think about this. If he catches for 400 yards, even 350, 400 yards, he is going to be, at least with those numbers, I would think he's a freshman All-American. Okay. And that would mean he's at 17 years old, a freshman All-American. I get it. We're hyping these kids up before they're even here, but I mean, Ryan Williams is that guy. If you're joining us late, Jaylen Hale, from what we understand, it's a lower leg injury. I don't know. That's all we know. Some people said it was a broken kneecap. Some people said that I think everybody does know that he was hauled off in an ambulance, but we don't know the severity of that injury. And we do get an opportunity to hear from Coach Kalen DeBoer tomorrow on Thursday, probably around, I think it's 6 p.m. tomorrow. It's on the headquarters Slack. And we'll bring that to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Ty?
Yeah, no, 100%. I've been hesitant to say because I'm not sure what the injury is. And injuries, ladies and gentlemen, it's one of those things you just don't want to speculate on. That's why Kyle does a great job. Smook, everybody over here, we attempt to do the best job we can in giving you information, but responsibly giving you information, right? You don't want to be the source that's like speculating. and then being wrong. Like, yeah, that might get you a bunch of views, but that's not how you build this. And there's a reason why I was drawn to doing content with Kyle. And Kyle, when you asked me, I jumped at the opportunity because you do it the right way. And in this day and age,
about it too is like there's no need to be first, or if you have like the absolute, there's always, you always need two sources to be able to break something, right? Like two legitimate sources. But if you don't have that, and if somebody else has the source, I mean, there's so many people within this market that do such a great job. I mean, which is fine. And you know what? If there's major news, guess who's going to get it? ESPN. And then you can just report off that, so there's no need to be like first, because if you rush news, like think about it. If you would rush something like Jaylen Hale or something like that, and his family finds out before the coaches and the doctors are able to tell him exactly what's going on, I mean, there's actually privacy laws that deal with, Ty, you would probably know, the legality of like reporting about injuries. Thank you. That's why Coach Saban, if in the past when he was talking about injuries, or if you're familiar with college sports, they just say it's a leg, it's an arm. It's not, is the wrist part of the arm? Sure. Or the hand. It's a hand. So that's why lower leg. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. Look at your leg and look what lower to you. What is that, T?
Below the knee.
Yeah. Lower leg. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Below the knee.
Below. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, where's the kneecap?
In the middle of your leg.
Oh boy, now I didn't do too well at anatomy, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be hard for me.
Yeah. So,
but I loved Coach Saban. It always cracked me up, Kyle. He'd be like, "Oh, what does so and so have? Oh, he's got an ankle." That's like, yeah, I got two ankles. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
But obviously, we know why, right? But it always just cracked me up. He's like, "Oh, he's got a knee." I'm like, "Yeah, I got two of them."
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of where we stand. And honestly, like, thoughts and prayers for the young man. I mean, I think, last year, he did his thing, and the opportunity, like when his name was called, he rose up. Like Jaylen Hale's great. So we'll yeah, exactly. JT83, he's out
with a leg.
That's what he would say. He just like,
it's so funny to me.
Type it out.
Out with a leg.
Yeah. Matt Farms is like, if you ain't first, you're last, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, there's a lot of those sayings too. But I've just learned, it's like, just hold back. And there's so many people in this market that have, scoops on different things. It's all good.
It's about doing it the right way, and you've cultivated it. There's a reason, Kyle. Just giving flowers real quick, right? How many, and this is to everybody in the undefeated. I don't think, and I don't know because I don't think you can go out there and find an independent channel, at 100,000 subscribers for any one team. Josh Pate does great work. He's CBS. They're at almost 300,000, but that's all college football and a massive corporation behind him. Plus, Josh is that guy, right? Like, let's credit where it's due. Even if Josh was independent, Josh would be Josh. But Kyle has built something talking about one team that is far exceeding what these companies are putting together. It's because he's done it the right way, which is why I always make it known how appreciative I am for you, for T and the undefeated. You did this the right way, and it really means a lot being able to be a part of it.
Thanks, bro.
Oh God, that's tragic. That's a tragic free frame.
But the beauty of it is, it's like you're hyping me up, which is dope. I appreciate it.
That's tragic.
And then he froze with the thumb.
Yeah.
And now, whose emoji is this?
This is Jared's emoji.
That's my emoji. Either him or Sean.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's tragic.
Oh, why does that happen? So you're saying
I don't know.
It's hand gestures. So
wait, what do you mean?
So,
if Ty does a hand gesture,
like
this happens?
Something they think is like a peace sign or
wait.
Like, let's see it. Hold on.
Yeah,
there, I can do hearts, but like it crashes the stream because for whatever reason, I don't know.
I don't know what the fireworks were the other day. If he like twinkled his fingers.
Wait, yeah, because I did see the fireworks. Wait, so he did it. Look, so if you do a thumbs up,
do a peace sign. That's what crashed it earlier.
Well, you can't. Look,
Hold on. Let me get back here. Right.
Why is it only Ty that this happens to though?
Oh my God, that is so funny. Oh man, I'd never seen that before. So he has to leave and then come back.
Yeah, so
Ty, put a piece of tape over your camera.
I might have to, yeah. And
That is
if
so
anybody's
funny.
wondering why I have Jarek's profile, StreamYard defaults, like if you turn your camera off, it will just assign a random image that is uploaded on StreamYard. And Chance and I have streamed together since 2021. Right. So like
look,
I have his images in my StreamYard.
So Moonrocka told me to do a peace sign or a heart sign. So like the heart sign, everybody knows it's like this, right?
Mhm.
Right. But did you know in Asia, I showed T this. You know what it is? What the sign is? It's not this anymore.
It's so cute.
It's this. Do you see that little heart? So you put your fingers together like this, and that's the heart.
Oh.
See if I can get it behind my shirt. Do you see that little heart?
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. So do that to your girlfriend or your wife. Go and hope you don't get slapped. You imagine going out.
We're asking for money or something.
Oh, this is.
They're gonna think you're an Italian mobster. Hey.
Hey.
Who forgot my pepperoni?
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, see, that's the first time. See, you just bust that out. So, man, that's crazy, Ty. I wonder if that's like a Kyle do a fundraiser get. So what I think we have outgrown StreamYard. That is the thing. So we talk about this all the time, T and I think we need to move to another platform. But with that said, it's kind of like the learning curve. And I don't want to like come up with something during spring.
In the middle of the season where we have to like totally teach everyone a new system.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. I mean, I think.
Yeah, the other one, Streamlabs, is really good, but it's not user friendly at all. Like it's not an intuitive system.
Sure. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know the answer here.
I don't know, but whatever. We have and by the way, if Merrill's off today, and Coach Smook will be on at 11, and then we'll be streaming tomorrow. And then I want to get your take on this undefeated as well. So Thursday night, the basketball team plays, I think at 6:30. Right? Is that the time that they play? Is that 6:30? I was thinking about this earlier today as well. I was like, do you think that we should do a watch along during the basketball game? Or do you think that we should start it like close to halftime, take calls about what we've watched the first half, and then finish it out, and then go to Nate Oates and then a post-game show on Thursday? What do you guys think about that? And Eric D, what time will Coach Sean be on? When's Coach Sean?
Let's see. Sean
is.
It got a little turned around today, so let me check. Sean is at 8.
Coach Sean's at 8 tonight, so he's taking you home. 7. Tobias, what's up, man? Coming to us from Germany. We appreciate you, man, being here.
Awesome. What part of Germany, Tobias? I got
That's
some
cool,
friends
right?
up there in Germany.
I'm gonna say Stuttgart. There's so many people that live here, that move from Stuttgart to Tuscaloosa because of the Mercedes manufacturing plant, or they live in or they live in Sindelfingen, and they go to Stuttgart. And I guess like these two cities, I haven't been there yet, but yeah. See, so Tobias is from Cologne, so So Cologne is close to Dusseldorf, right? So Dusseldorf and Cologne, Cologne is probably. I mean, are you guys on party? Is it like what do they call it? Like holiday right now, for like the whole month? They do this there. It's like for 2 months. I think it's in either Dusseldorf. I think it's in Cologne actually. For like 2 months, they just like go on like holiday. I'm sure Tobias will report back. 8:40 Central Time.
Yeah, approximately 8:45.
Oh my
approximately.
man!
I don't know what that means.
And that's Thursday night.
Yeah, so I don't know about.
Who are late night guys? Smook.
He's trying to go earlier this week. I'm like,
oh man, shoot! That game is not starting till 9.
That's tragic.
See, Dino's like halftime, then watch it pending. That's it. That's what I think we do. Because there's no need to watch the game in the first half, but you start it kind of close to halftime, take calls at halftime, and then you watch the rest of it. I think we need to do this because it's a Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Like they win this game, they're into the Elite 8. Like this is serious now. Roll Tide, love the show belongs. So yeah, Twan. Yeah, because Twan has mentioned this before. These shows are also cut up. So like we cut out the best. So I know nobody can stay here for like 5 hours, but our like individual shows are also uploaded. So like Smook and I yesterday, there's just literally 12 minutes of us talking.
Yeah, check out our video section.
Yeah, check out our video section or our show, or if you're in a real rush, go to the shorts. I uploaded a 30-second video on Jaylen Hale. So Eric D's like, sometimes it's hard to watch a game, chat with you guys. Pre-game and post-game be good so you can rock with. Yeah, and that's also the balance too. And it also comes down to we're delayed because we have YouTube TV. So we're like, wow, did you see that 3? And you're like, oh, they're already down by
minutes ago.
Yeah. So pre-game, but Trav, this is what I've learned in my experience doing this. Pre-game is not as exciting as post-game. Pre-game is just all make-believe. Oh yeah, they're gonna win this and that.
Well, then if you lose, post-game is like
post-game. No, but post-game's where it's at, because post-games, everybody don't care in post-game. You win, people are hyped. Right. You lose, people are hyped. Pre-game, it's make-believe.
Good point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think they're gonna beat North Carolina for sure. Yeah, this is they did it a couple, a season ago in overtime. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they could do it. Post-game, you're like, fire everybody. People get mad post-game. Then the next day you kind of ride the wave. Ty, I'm just glad you're rolling with me today, man. I didn't even ask if you wanted to just roll. You just stayed.
If I get the opportunity to chop it up with you, I take the opportunity to chop it up with you. Our Bleacher Report streams were awesome. That's, for those of you that didn't know, that's how Kyle and I started getting
acclimated. Are you still doing those Bleacher Report streams too?
Not now, because it's off season. But I think they're still in like communication. I think they're still wanting to do the college football pick'em show next year.
That's cool.
That was, I mean, there were, I have pictures on my phone. We would get done recording and then they would chop it up and they would do each individual game and they would have votes. I mean, they'd be like one of them. I had an Alabama game that I took a picture of and there were 75,000 votes.
Holy cow.
Yeah, when Nick Saban retired, I looked up and I was live in front of 45,000 or 50,000 people. It was me there, with 50,000 people live. And I just found out 3 minutes before from working in the backyard. Now, I didn't know what to tell them. I had no idea what to say, but I went up there and said some stuff. But yeah, the only time I've ever been nervous streaming is when I saw it hit 50,000. That's where I was like, I can't look anymore.
Wow. Efron saying October Festival. Yeah, well, like Oktoberfest for Germany, but I thought Cologne also had like this, like, they had almost like kind of like a carnival if it is like in Germany. Can we look that up? When does ask ChatGPT this? When does Cologne go crazy? When do they go ham? Ask him that.
I love it because Tobias earlier, Kyle, I don't know if you saw it. You were talking about that 2-month holiday, and he said, I haven't heard about that 2-month holiday yet, to be honest. He's over here like, what? Are they holding out?
See, no, Tobias just confirmed. Look, he said we have Carnival here actually in February.
Okay.
So for the whole month of February in Cologne, they just take off. And it's just like, I've heard it's a wild scene.
Yeah, it's saying it officially starts November 11th at 11:11 a.m., but the main event occur the days leading up to Shrove Tuesday, also known as Fat Tuesday, the day before Ash Wednesday, which I guess would be in February.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Man. And that was the crazy thing. I went to Spain in I think like in 2013. I was in Barcelona. And I was there, and I was like, "What?" We were walking through the city, and they literally, this was like at 1, and this is my first time in Spain, so I go there, and literally they shut down everything, and it wasn't like, because they do take siestas from like 2 to like 4, things are just closed, but at this point, it was just everything was just closed, like a random day, everything was closed. They like pulled down, the shade, everything was closed. We asked one guy, and he was like, "No, it's just people just want a day off." People are tired.
Yeah, we just decided to not work today.
No, yeah, that's what it was. It was crazy. I'd never seen anything like it. I can be like that. Yeah, I mean, we took all the gear down to Rosemary.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, but that is like my vacation away from work is vacation. Is work. Like I like to. Then I'm like, fine. I'll take a vacation by doing the show from my phone.
Yeah, that's it.
That's my vacation. Ty, so tomorrow Alabama has their first scrimmage. Okay. What do you like? What are we like kind of looking forward to? Clearly competition is the main thing, but like what other themes are we looking forward, kind of going to this first scrimmage?
Yeah, so I talked about this earlier, and I'm not one, I don't need Shepard or Sheridan or DeBoer to say, hey, so-and-so has separated themselves. They are the unquestioned this, that, or the other. That's not what I'm looking for. To me, if Coach Sheridan, Coach Womack, Coach, all these guys come out after the scrimmage and they say, hey, we feel like we are ahead of schedule in our implementation. Like there's still things we need to do, but these guys, they're getting it down. They're flying around. They understand what's asked of them. And we're really excited. If I hear that after the first scrimmage, that is an overwhelming success. There's 2 new schemes being put in place. If we hear tomorrow, hey, we're ahead of schedule. We love where we're at for where we are in spring. We are super excited. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a powerful testimony right there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, for me, I'm looking towards what I'm looking forward to is I want to see or hear, because this will be close. I don't even know if the Red Elephants can go to this scrimmage. Can they? The Red Elephants Club, they can like see special things. I don't know if there's 2 scrimmages. I think they can go to one of them. I can't remember, but I want to see and kind of understand. And I know this is just the first scrimmage, but how are the running backs utilized within the system? Because while we talk about the quarterbacks and the wide receivers, I think within this particular system, you have 2 of the top running backs in the SEC, probably if not in the country, and Jam Miller and Justice Haynes. How are those guys going to be utilized? And what did we also see from new running backs who are getting more opportunities? Richard Young or Daniel Hill, or, how are these guys coming into play? And I think it's important to understand that, because I think that Justice Haynes could be a difference maker within this offense. I think he could be somebody who has a monumental season. And I think Jam Miller, honestly, is probably one of the most underrated running backs in college football. On the defensive side, how did the secondary fare? Because, let's face it, with all those guys leaving, we're happy about the guys coming in. Everybody looks good in spring, of course. But when the bullets start flying, how do these guys look? Who's making plays? Right? Do they have enough speed to defend guys, who have elite speed on the offensive side? Is there a ball hawking safety? Is there a thumper? What I mean by that, is there somebody who can lay the wood? Like, is there a freshman riser? Who are the guys that really rise up when the bullets start flying? I'm not necessarily concerned with the offensive line just yet, because of the fact that Caden Proctor isn't here, and I saw Smook saying that he's not going to be a starter just yet, and that's probably the case. He'll have to work towards that. I agree with that. But I think the offensive line, not too concerned, because I don't think the pieces are in place yet. Defensive line, like where we're at. Curious to see what happens, I guess, with maybe Keon Keeley. How is he looking in the opportunities that he has? But not really worried about the offensive line just yet. I'm kind of curious just about the running backs and the defensive backs. Does that make sense, Ty?
100%. No, 100% what you're saying. And I completely agree, especially when you look, ladies and gentlemen, I think Keon Sabb's going to be someone that you hear these coaches saying, man, are we happy he's over here? Versatile, really talented.
Yeah, and I think you're right too. I mean, and everyone's like, the pads start popping, and it's like when the bullets start flying, like that's when we find out more. Everybody looks good, catching the ball from a quarterback with nobody on you, right? The offensive linemen, they look gigantic. Defensive linemen look good, but like there's a difference when it's 11 on 11. And look, the game is changing. I mean, you saw recently there's new rules about kickoffs in the NFL. There's no more hip drop. What were some of your takes on some of those rules, Tyler? It's like, are we going to get to a point where there's like no more tackling?
So I love South Park, and the only thing I could think is Sarcastaball. I don't know if any of y'all have seen that episode where Randy's like, oh, no, it's fine. Let's just get a bunch of balloons and put tin foil on our head, and we'll just play Sarcastaball. No, the kickoff thing, I haven't checked out, but the hip drop tackle, that's one where I understand there are offensive players like Kenyon Drake was talking about how he's happy this is now in the game because it protects players. And I get that. But then you also have like Richard Sherman making the point, and he's like, hey, I'm 40, 50 pounds less than this tight end. this is how you bring him down. You grab him and you drop down. Like, that's how we do it. I understand that, yes, it's safety, but I do feel for the defensive players who feel like, hey, all of this safety is going towards the offensive guys, and it's making the defense's job way more difficult, way harder to do. I feel for all sides, but we know points are what people want to see right now. That's what the ratings are all about, is how many points can we put up on that's what's hot in football right now. Like Hansel, so hot right now.
Why would a hip drop be dangerous?
Ty?
Hip drop? The way I understand it is because typically when you hip drop, you're dragging someone down, you roll up on their legs. And so like Kenyon Drake got hurt. He actually had the picture of him getting hurt from the hip drop tackle. And so I that's why I say it's a far more nuanced discussion than I even probably understand. But you have offensive players saying, yeah, no, thank God this happened because we've been getting hurt. But then you have defensive players who, like Richard Sherman, are 100% right, where he's like, well, what am I supposed to do with Travis Kelce? Like, you want me to take out his kneecap? Because that's where we're going, is I'm going to come like a speeding missile into your leg and I'm going to break your leg. Like, what are we doing? It's every time you adjust. That's why you're seeing more lower leg injuries now in the NFL, because they were like, oh, you can't hit up high. So they're like, okay, I'll hit down low. Well, now you got more leg injuries. So football is a violent game. And I think at some point, as much as we try and mitigate injury, and I am for that, we also have to acknowledge some things are just a violent game. It's like UFC. You can try and mitigate injury all you want. You're going to get kicked upside the head. That's the name of the game.
I wanted to ask you before we end our segment. Andrew Bone, Bama Online, just said that Juju Lewis is going to be back in town, and I know there's some other, highly coveted prospects that are going to be rolling in. And it's no surprise really, because March and April, that is what happens here in Tuscaloosa. Kalen DeBoer, really hot on the recruiting trail. He has 6 guys that have committed to the Crimson Tide this March. Alabama ranked number 6 in the country in recruiting, 2nd in the SEC. I kind of feel like in the end, Juju Lewis will commit to Alabama. We're probably far from that, but regionally, it's Georgia. He could just roll over to Tuscaloosa anytime he wants and get the royal treatment. But with that said, we talked about this the other day. USC, doing their thing in recruiting. I mean, the other day, what was it, Sunday night? I mean, they landed 3 guys or whatever it was. Patriot Life doing his own thing. Can we get Patriot Life his own? Yeah. Patriot Life, you're about to get your own emoji for building up the fan funder community. What are we looking forward to, or what kind of has made your ears perk up when you think about recruiting for this coming weekend, Ty?
Oh, several things. First and foremost, the way this staff builds relationships really quickly. We kind of had a discussion about this yesterday, Kyle, with some of the members in the Undefeated, and people are gotten so used to how Nick Saban recruited. And so I get it. If you're like, hey, where's the 5 stars? First and foremost, I fully believe Duke Johnson will finish out as a 5-star. I've talked about this, Kyle. There's only been one recruiting class since 2010 where there were not at least 28 5-stars. He comes in as number 28 per the 24/7 Sports Composite. Only one since 2010 that featured 28. Or featured less than 28. There's only been 2 classes since 2010 to feature under 30. So I think even if he stays where he is, he's going to be a 5-star. They just haven't finished all the rankings per the composite. On top of that, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to understand this. This staff is hitting the ground running. They are competing against staffs like USC with Juju Lewis. That's a years-long relationship that's already been established. Now this staff is trying to supersede that. Well, they did it with Ryan Williams. They've done it with Antonio Coleman. And you can say, oh, well, Antonio Coleman and Ryan Williams, they were committed to Alabama. Ryan Williams was committed to Alabama when Saban was there, Coleman Wiggins was there, and T-Rob was there. All that left. Auburn stayed the same. A&M got Wiggins, and Texas still had his quarterback and Steve Sarkisian. This staff shut that all down. One visit, they shut that all down. A years-long relationship out the window, because that's what this staff can do. I am so excited for what this staff can continue to do on the recruiting trail, because they build and foster positive relationships with the best of them. A Juju Lewis, Kyle, the question I have is, why not Bama? If you're Juju Lewis, look at all the offensive minds. Sheridan worked with quarterbacks. Kalen DeBoer, quarterback whisperer. Shepard there, unbelievable coach. Brian Ellis, the tight ends coach, had Bailey Zapp breaking records. I mean, you just don't. no offense to Georgia, they do unbelievable work, right? They
Yeah.
have done
Yeah.
unbelievable. What offensive minds do they have that come and can compare with what Alabama has right now on the offensive mind category? They just
Mhm.
don't.
Mhm.
They just don't. Why not Bama is my question.
I think when you look to this month of March, as I mentioned, kind of in the opener, we're talking recruiting real quick with Ty Hayes. He's been red hot in March. And I think that depending on some, commitments jump on board here, in the next couple of days, whatever, the month of March has spoke for itself. You get guys like Daryl Johnson, you got Derek Smith from Alabama, Antonio Coleman flips. You go up to Maryland and you're able to get Zamir Smith. You get Abdul Sanders from California and Los Angeles. You get Luke Metz. I mean, Alabama currently 6th in recruiting in the country and number 2 in SEC recruiting. And I think Coach Kalen DeBoer has proven quickly. And people ask, like, where are the 5 stars? Well, just like you said, Ty, he signed Ryan Williams. He signed him, right?
And he'd be the number 1 player in this class.
Exactly. And look, a couple places are hot right now. I mean, Ohio State, I think they have 3 5-stars. LSU has 3 5-stars, but it's a long way. I mean, we're in March. I've been covering Alabama football for 8 seasons now, and there's been times you go into April and you only have 2 commitments. So this is a marathon of recruiting, and a lot of things are going to happen. But in terms of recruiting right now, I think the general consensus is people are happy because he showcased his ability to recruit the SEC area, right? Georgia, Alabama, taking care of your own backyard. He's making waves. And I love the fact that they're retaining ties to out west, right? Noah Carter from Arizona, he signed him. And you get Abdul Sanders from California. So a lot to be excited about when you talk about recruiting. Is there one more name that you want to mention before we close up here, right here on the segment, talking recruiting, maybe a name to watch or what we should be watching for before we put a cap on this?
I'll give you 3 really quick and I'll go rapid. Watch Sharma. Okay. Heard great things from the visit. Once again, Coach Smook is the guy for recruiting. I just read tea leaves and I can just tell you from the feel it, watch Sharma. I love his game. I think he's a guy to watch too. Kyle, I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to tell you this, but I have someone who covers recruiting for a whole other team who sent me a text a few weeks ago and said, hey, Bama's doing Bama things on the trail without Nick Saban. And he was joking around. He said, I actually need Bama to lose some games this year because if you guys go out there and are successful, I'm actually scared for what's going to happen on the trail. He's like, I'm asking guys what they think about the school I'm covering, and they're telling me about Bama. He's like, that means something. Watch offensive line, David Sanders. They did a great job, but the guy I really want to talk about, Dijon Lee. I think this is a 2-team battle. Bama, Georgia. The cornerback coach who he had a phenomenal relationship, Dante Williams, is now at Georgia, but Alabama has Damani Jackson. And all respect to Dante Williams, but Damani Jackson can look at him and say, hey, I was just at USC being coached by him. Great recruiter. Our defense was awful. I had bad tendencies. I'm learning right now. You need to come here. Very interested to see the Dijon Lee battle.
It's also been interesting to see kind of this next wave of coaches get active on social media. I love the personal when they hold up their phones and they're just at practice and they're like, yo, what's up? Come be a part of something great. We're thinking about you. We got your pads ready for you. See you at practice. I mean, there's a lot of positives with this going on. And when you hear the energy from Jamarcus Shepard yesterday, a couple of weeks ago, you hear from Mo Lindquist, you hear the thought process of Kane Womack, you hear Nick Sheridan. It's been really amazing for these guys to open up practice. And we talked about this before. I think that it's been a really good strategic standpoint from this coaching staff to open things up, to showcase everybody. Look, yes, this was Coach Saban's empire, but the foundation is not gone. And you're getting access to see these young coaches. You're getting to be able to see the energy, and it's really spilling over. And I think that's really helped with these guys recruiting. So just want to get your thoughts on recruiting before we head out, because I know there's a lot of guys that are coming in this week. And to see Alabama and what's happening here. And what's happening here is also something great. Just because Coach Saban left doesn't mean that it's over. I mean, there's a new wave in here. There's a lot of new energy. And the guys who have committed this month, I think they speak volumes. So go check out, whether it's On3, Rivals 24/7, and look at the recruiting rankings and start to dive in and start to see what they're building, which is clearly something great. So, Ty, you're doing a great job right here at Bama Football on YouTube. We got Coach Smook up next. Please run the thumbs up on all all these videos. We really appreciate you guys being here, whether it's talking team, breaking news, recruiting. We got you covered right here at Bama Football on YouTube.
Love it, guys. Thank you all.
I was doing a cut there. Smook, that was a cut for you. So we got the cut in. Oh no, can't be saved.
Oh no.
No, well, can you get it, T? All right, yeah. Yeah, that was good, man. Good segment. I'm glad you stayed on, man. That was fun.
Thank you for having me, man. Love getting
and you've been doing a really great job with Merrill too, man. Good work on all of that, man. Merrill does a really great job. I think, you know, how's the kind of the rapport with you and Merrill been going?
Man, I love making content with Merrill, but you Merrill's great. You put me with anybody, man, and I'm gonna have a great time, right?
For sure.
It's just I just love talking football, right? So anybody you put me with, I'm just gonna sit here and talk football, have a great time. It's gonna be awesome. But Jake, can't wait for him to get back in here, us to continue the gruesome twosome, as we've come to name ourselves in these morning segments.
Man, well, do your thing, man. We appreciate you being here, Ty, and we'll catch up with you soon, man. Next time. Cool.
All right. See y'all later.
All right, man. See ya. All right, coming in loud and clear. Wake up, wake up. It's time for Coach Smook. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month.
Oh, I was trying to wait for the rest of college football to wake up and start recruiting, because it looked like Alabama the only ones out here recruiting for real. So
yo, Smook,
when everybody start recruiting, man.
Man, and I was just talking with Ty about it. I mean, it's been amazing to see what these guys have done from a recruiting perspective. And people thought that it was going to end, but look, you and I were there yesterday. Like, can you imagine being number one, a player, like a recruit or a parent, and getting kind of that vibe with Coach Jamarcus Shepard? Like, he just has this aura that just spills over almost into you.
Yeah, man. I mean, and you see how, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but me and Shep got a connection, man. It's something weird about
that eye contact with us. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, me, you, and Shep, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a connection. It's like whatever energy he has, it's like he sees it in us. Because I feel like we bring the same energy on this platform, in this industry.
Yeah.
Like that dog mentality. No matter what the task is, no matter how it's set up, we experience the same type of stuff he probably experienced every day. There's a curveball thrown at every media opportunity we get at the university. And unless we told y'all about it, y'all would never do. Y'all would never know about it. So, I mean, he embodies that dog mentality that I'm going to be him regardless. Whoever's out there, I'm going to work them. I'm going to get them to where they need to be. I'm going to get the best out of them. And I love that.
You got the undefeated in the gray.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, so we got suggestions. We got suggestions from the undefeated. They say for the gray shirt, we need the DEF in white.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can do that.
On the gray shirt, on the long sleeve shirt, the shirt is darker than this. So it doesn't show up as good. It almost looks like just UN until you get up close. So I say put that DEF in white. Oh, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna hit. I wanted the white ones, but they were, I guess they weren't up for order when my folks went to get them, because these people in the chat are lovely supporters and fan funders and people who want to show up to A-Day looking fresh. They've went and maxed out orders on all the white gear, so it's all good. I get mine when it's they restock.
Fam, take care, Coach Smook. I gotta run. I have an appointment here at 11:30. Coach Smook's got you covered. We did our thing yesterday here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Please support him. There's a lot of people that talk about Alabama football that are in different cities, different states. Smook moved from Virginia to Tuscaloosa to cover the team, so that shows the dedication and what he's bringing. Coach Smook, do your thing, man. Have a great segment, and I will catch up with you soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Support Coach Smook. Run him up. Patriot Life. We love you, man. You even got, does he have his own emoji yet, T? No, Smook does. No, Patriot Life.
Yeah, they've been using it.
All right, well, you can't see it on stream.
Wait, let me check the chat, because StreamYard, they be giving us the boo-boo. So Oh yeah, I like that.
Is there?
That chat.
All right,
I
man.
see you, Patriot Life. Okay.
Patriot Life's killing it, man. He's supporting everybody. All right, man. Catch up soon, Smook. Have a good show, fam.
bro.
All right, thanks for joining me, guys. See you guys.
Roll Tide, bro. Hey, shout out to my brother Kyle Henderson, man. Y'all know what time it is, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all see Patriot Life getting the love in the chat. I love to see it, man. I love to see it. I don't like the fact that StreamYard doesn't show the emojis and stuff, because I would love to have that circulating, man. Yeah, man. I really feel good today. I feel like there's a lot of rumblings happening, a lot of confirmations of some speculations I've had in the recent days. So before we jump into the segment, man, y'all know how I like to do. I like to come in with the energy. I like to come in acknowledging and recognizing every fan fund, every person that's part of this chat. Where are you watching from? This week we just gonna continue to remind me where you're watching from. So when I see your name, when I see something that you say, I know it's because of where you're from. You get what I'm saying? So let me know where you watching from. It's your boy Coach Smook of Bama Football on YouTube. And while y'all running that up, guess what, y'all? We got some dealings to handle this week, right? Got some dealings to handle to set up for some, I want to say April, May content, right? Bama football is really changing the game, y'all. And it's all about building relationships. So let's jump into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Let me see who I see first. Trustville, Alabama. I got Morty in the chat. Morty. Jaylen in the chat from Selma. Let's go. Atlanta in the house. Cameron, welcome. Bama fan out there in Biloxi, baby. Addenville, Alabama from Will. Hey, Will, what's good, my boy? Yeah, Eric Burrow. You a Bama fan in Ohio? How's the Bucknuts territory, man? Is it as aggravating and obnoxious as I feel like it is? Let me know. Montgomery Quasha in the building. What's good, man? Skylar, what's good? Hey, look, Skylar, I seen you trying to get some action out here in these streets. I see you trying to get me in trouble. Cynthia be trying to get me in trouble too. Cynthia from Saraland, Alabama. Central New York, what's good? Central New York State. Somerville, South Carolina in the building. South Kakalaki. Let's go, man. Moon Rocket in the ATL. Let's go. Joseph Davidson, how you feeling today? Rocket Town up there in the Ville, baby. I like going to Huntsville, man. I'm going to be up there probably not this weekend, next weekend. Me and Coach Sean going to get together, have some brother time, some family time. You know what I'm saying? Recognize me, Smook. I recognize greatness. Oh, my Jesus. What are we talking about, Caleb? Listen, Caleb, you funny, too. I seen your email. And you know what? I just found that situation so funny. For it to blow up like that, it was so funny. Appreciate you for keeping me on my P's and Q's, bro. I like that. I like people having my back when I'm not there, because that seemed like the time when people want to act up when you're not around. But when you show up, they get quiet, right? So it is what it is, man. Patriot Life, he up there in Nuga. Jasper, Alabama in the house. North Alabama in the house. Huntsville back in here. Hiram, Georgia. I'm very familiar with that area. Bessemer, Alabama in the chat. Let's go. Jay Jackson said the 256. Is that Birmingham? Y'all know y'all have to remind me, man. Smook looking exhausted. I'm fully rested. I overslept this morning. So if my eyes look puffy, it's because I overslept. I really slept good this morning. I got off of work about 5:15. I came home. I smashed some Waffle House that I brought on the way home, right? Got into bed about 5:45. Passed out. Woke up about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now. What is it, 11:15 my time? So I woke up about 9:15. So about 2 hours ago, I slept good, man. Y'all gonna see my face is still waking up. I don't know what was going on with the water this morning, but it was hot. It was hot. I got in the shower and I felt like I was burning skin off my back. That's how hot the water is. Larry Large in the gump, baby. Hey, Ma Town in the building, Mobile, baby. Let's go. Pleasant Valley in the building. Let's go. Edmonton, Alberta. Where is that? Is that Canada? Hey, Smook. Oh, this my Canada fam. Roll Tide, eh? Chance Fawcett up there in Nebraska. I heard Nebraska is so beautiful, y'all. Nicole, you at the Children's Hospital in Birmingham? Nicole, y'all coming down to, hey, who coming to T-Town this weekend? Y'all want to set up bowling night for this weekend? Y'all come to T-Town, we'll go bowling together this weekend. Friday or Saturday, y'all let me know. We'll do a poll in the chat. We're going to see what day we could do bowling in T-Town. You never know. Kyle might step out with us, be outside with Coach Smook. You never know. You never know. Y'all know how we do when we get outside. We have a good time, man. That bowling, I'm hooked on bowling, y'all. That's like my safe getaway. Keep me out of trouble. Can't run into no real trouble when you out bowling, right? Or you shouldn't, unless folks out there acting up. What you trying to fix? What's up, Alexa? Alexa, play me Sweet Home Alabama. How about that? Lower Alabama in the house. Let's go. Wadley, Alabama. Hey, Wadley got a prospect right now, Walt Albright. The young man is literally a dog. He is literally a dog. I know Auburn's probably already on him, but I'm hearing if we get this young man an offer, if we give him a look, he's going to commit to Bama. No hesitation. Let me pull that name up, as a matter of fact. Let me do this right here. Let me ask my brother what, I forget the guy's name. I'm gonna find out, and I want you to keep an eye on him for me, Walt. And of course, Brody has his notifications turned off. I got a question. I got a bone to pick with y'all. How many of my people in the undefeated are do not disturb type people for their phone? Little Rock, Arkansas in the building. While we answer that question, do not disturb for no reason. Like you're not at work, you're walking around with your phone. Why do you have a phone if you're going to have it on do not disturb? And I got to notify you anyway for my iPhone users. Answer that. Albany, Georgia in the house. Let's go. Round Rock, Texas. Uncle Jay, what's good? Who is that? Ackworth behind enemy lines in Georgia. Hey, you good? You safe? It's a lot of closet Bama fans across that water. We good. We good. Yeah, Cynthia, you be trying to get me in trouble. I be seeing you. Yeah, I be seeing you. Charlotte, North Carolina in the house. Columbus, Georgia. By the way, Opelika. Oh, Dino, you did say you was back home. You know, Columbus, Georgia is basically home for me. I'm right there in Phoenix City, but everything we did is in Columbus. Montgomery out of Alabama. Joe Rabb, what's good, family? Suckeye fans are the worst, but Michigan fans talking a lot now too. Hey, they had their year. Michigan deserved it. They actually won something. They beat us to get to it. So can't really too much argue with them other than, put the history together. But I mean, we can't talk too much trash to them, Birmingham in the house, Millbrook, Pleasant Valley, Pensacola, Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Roll Tide, baby. I'm telling you, when I go to Vegas next year for my birthday, I might make it a group trip. Coach Smook, I'm living life, man. What's good? John Carter out of Muscle Shoals. Antonio Russell, what's up, fam? Oh, good to see you again. Chris from New Jersey, how you feeling? We know where you from. Where Auntie Janet at? You up there in Florence with Auntie Janet? Okay. See, Hoover in the house. I see you. Hoover, I'll be over that way later on today. Can I change my answer on the poll? On what poll? The Ryan Williams poll? I saw the answer to that, man. That was pretty cool. Let me see. We looking at how many votes right now? Let's see. I'm gonna pull it now. Oh, we got 208 votes on the poll. Does Ryan Williams catch for over 400 yards this season? 80% say yes, 19%, 20% say no. I think yes. I agree. I think he does. 400 yards, that's easy work, man. That's like 5 games of 80 yards. He could do that. Yeah, he could do that. Who is Mark Shores? Who is from Mark Shores, Alabama? Mark Shores? I thought I said Muscle Shows. Didn't I say Muscle Shows? Well, back to work. Everyone have a great day. Undefeated Smook, be good. All right, Patriot Life. You enjoy your work day, man. You be working hard, man. Out here paying child support in the chat. Taking care of folks. Jason Jackson from Evergreen. I know where Evergreen at, man. Homer Hillcrest, Evergreen High School. That's what's up, family. Vonna Carter in the chat. What's up, y'all? I'm just trying to let everybody pull up. Michigan will always have that natty with a... Nah, I don't think so, Novesh. My thing is, all that chat about stealing signs and all that stuff, that's on the coaches at the end of the day. how in depth are you going to go in your game planning with the nuances of technology, exposure to media, everything? You got YouTube channels that will literally record a game and post a replay of it until it gets copyrighted, right? And then, I mean, you don't think that it's coaches watching YouTube channels that do that, right? You can get enough film off of the internet on any team. I don't care what nobody say. It may not be the all 22, but it's some film and you can learn. Smook, your spunk has been up even more than usual since relocating to T-Town. It suits you. Thank you, Southern Red. Much love. Southern Red, I'm loving the red hair too, fam. That red hair is giving life. It is really turning me up. That red is like, it's giving me like a crimson, like you ready to fire up that roll tide train and get the toot now here. Toot. You know what I'm saying? Let me stop acting up, y'all. Listen, y'all stop hating on Michigan, man. Let them boys have a natty. They beat us fair and square. They beat Washington fair and square. Can we start the debate today? Can we start the conversation with that? We can't have it all, y'all. If Michigan, listen, let me tell y'all. If Michigan has to forfeit their natty or have to put an asterisk by theirs, so do we. We have to put one by our last natty. The 2020 natty. We got to put one by there. Dino, tell them. I mean, it's just the fact we lost, man. We lost to the better team that day. They were the better team. They had the better offensive lineman. They had the better center. They had the better left tackle. They had the better receivers that game. They had the better secondary that game. They had the better defensive front. Like, they were winning. They had the better linebackers. They were winning in 4 out of the 6 major areas of the field on the field. When you're talking about offense and defense, special teams really didn't play a factor. I mean, they just had the better team that night. They were more experienced, and it showed facts. Keep the great questions going. Every time you get called, we go crazy. Y'all do, man, and I appreciate that. It felt good. I got a text from somebody that's real close to me that supports the channel that, has come close to my heart. And to see the reaction from that person, it felt good to have that type of personal support. Like, for real, man, it feels good to be cheered for. I spent a lot of my adulthood being cheered against. I'm a well-known person back home. I'm a preacher's son. So, the stigma has always been stuck with me. The preacher's kids are always bad. And I'm a go-getter, so I don't mind failing. I've never quit, though. And so to be in this stage of my life and be, thriving and progressing finally to my standards, finally doing something and something that I could be proud of on a consistent basis, it's a great place to be in. But to share it with people who are supporting and showing that love and really sticking it out with your boy, that really feels good. So I want to tell y'all personally, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Somebody said, Eric Burrows says, my most cherished national championship ring was the 2020. I show all of my Buckeye friends. I love the 2020 national championship, but if we start talking about putting an asterisk beside stuff, we played against a team that only had 6 games under their belt, right? We played a schedule with a full of SEC teams, granted, but nobody had a spring ball. Nobody really had a game plan the first 3 or 4 weeks. Nobody even knew personnel, really. They were basing everything based off of Zoom. We had Malachi Moore out there as a true freshman starting because of his adept knowledge and being able to pick things up in the Zoom meetings, right? And it translated to the field. So, yeah, I mean, let's not discredit what Michigan did. They were the better team, clearly. Signal calling, regardless. If I know what your favorite move is, I still got to stop it. I could see what you got in your hand. If I don't know how to counter it, it don't matter. It don't matter. So they still was able to go out and execute and be the better team. Same thing we was able to do. I mean, any team. You have to literally you have to have a play card. You have to have a play card and literally be looking at it verbatim of what. And we heard the story about, I think it was Mike Gundy or Mike Leach, one of the two, dropped a fake play card and just went crazy on them for the first 2 series before they found out they didn't have the real play card. Let them enjoy it because it will be a while before they get another one. Facts. Caleb King said he's a preacher's kid too. That's what's up, man. See, I knew we had a connection. That's why you got that pettiness in you. You seen people talk about you, and then you come to your folks, talk about you and your folks, but then come to y'all for help and prayer and all that stuff. Yeah, I've been through that, man. Smook, do you think our penalties will get better this season with the faster offense? Oh, Shawnee, good question. And hopefully I said that right. Shawnee Hudson. I'll take that question. So I do think this, because of how the offense is being ran, the signal calling, I think with the implementation of the headsets, right? I think you eliminate a lot of things early in play calling and getting plays on the field. But also having a scheme and a system that's attractive to the players, like that the players are attracted to, which I could look around that locker room. Offensive linemen are excited about being able to get out of space and, not just have to deal with big bodies all day, make not move big bodies out the way, but make big bodies chase, right? And get them off balance in the scheme. You look at how the play calling is going to be dished out, right? I think we're going to see a lot better execution. And until when you have better execution, that means, you're having less penalties. I could see a few early technique things being a problem early on, but not to the effect that we had last year, where I think against Texas, we had 17 penalties or some crazy like that, self-inflicted penalties. So I don't see us being that bad, but there's still a lot to go. There's still a long way to go. Just my initial feels over it with the staff and how confident they're feeling and speaking of the team and the players, how they responded. What I've seen with these 4 eyes, right, in practice sessions, I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to be fine with the penalties. Good question, Miss Hudson. Thank you for showing up today and supporting. Much love, y'all. Much love. Hey, today is, y'all know Wednesdays, we just kind of walk it out Wednesday. That's what we're going to call it, walk it out Wednesdays. I go through the chat. I stay engaged with y'all for the full hour. I stay engaged with y'all for the full hour. If we get to a touchy subject, we expound on it. We go. We just gonna go. Today, there's no agenda. There's no set subjects. I might pull some B-roll from yesterday. I know y'all got a lot of questions about my take on a lot of things that was said yesterday in the interview. Jaylen Hale injury, very unfortunate. I can say it now. We knew yesterday, but unlike other outlets, right? We take pride in having the access that we have to the university and being able to interact with the staff and the players. So we respect their wishes of not releasing pertinent information such as injuries or not depth chart, but formations, schematics, all of that stuff. We take pride in that. So I appreciate you all for, rolling to the other sources. There's some other reliable sources out there. And we were able to confirm, yes, Jaylen Hale suffered a serious injury. Don't know the extent of it, but it was serious enough for him to be carted off in the ambulance. Prayers up for that young man. We were, this channel in particular had high hopes for this young man. So, yes. Oh, yeah. Anytime, Miss Hudson. Anytime. Look, let me stop. Let me stop for my sisters jump on me. Because my sisters think I be acting up on here. I don't be acting up. I'm just a clown, y'all. Y'all should know me by now. I'm a clown. I give everybody the same energy. Y'all notice that? Who was watching me yesterday? I was at the facility, and the young lady that does she's like the assistant to the SID, Josh Maxson. She was like, you just act up everywhere you go, don't? I was like, if this is acting up, I act up. I mean, I bring energy. That's what I feel like I do. I just bring energy everywhere I go. When do y'all get to view practice again? April 9th, I believe. April 9th is one of the last practices before, and I'm going to pull it up for y'all right now. It's one of the last practices before A-Day. Yep, April 9th. Tuesday, April 9th is when we'll be able to view practice. And I like how they did it, too. They gave us one day out of each for like every 5 days of practice. It's 15 total practices. So for every 5 practices, it seems like we're getting a viewing period. Our first viewing period was March 6th. Then about 15 days later, we had on the 21st, we was able to view the recent one. And then if you look at it again, from the 21st to the 9th, it's a little bit over 15 days, right? But 8 practices in between viewing. That gives us time to kind of start basically it sets it up to kind of gradually create narratives, right? Because the longer you go into practice, the more practice you go in depth, the more you start seeing the depth chart structure. So early findings that we were reporting about offensive line groupings, wide receiver alignments, defensive back groupings and alignments, all of that depth chart that we were assuming. I believe next practice we'll be able to give y'all a more concrete visual of what to look forward to. I ain't gonna lie, my teeth look extra white right now. I ain't gonna lie, that toothpaste and stuff, that mouthwash I just got, that oil pulling. If y'all never did the oil pulling mouthwash, that thing works magic. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Y'all know I'm doing research, trying to get some braces, trying to get my teeth fixed, right? So I've been doing the small things, the hygienal stuff to really amp it. I've been amping it up. Got the mouth foam, all that stuff to get in my gums, all that stuff, man. I'm taking this thing serious. I watch Stephen A. Stephen A. is a good inspiration to me. I like his approach to this industry, this type of work. And so I started doing my research on him, man. He dealt with things that I dealt with early, confidence factor, handling the newfound exposure, right? I won't say fame because I don't think I'm famous, but the newfound exposure, handling it at a professional level. That's what I'm learning to do, but still maintaining the authenticity that got you where you were. And I feel like anytime somebody starts to switch it up and they become media driven, that's when you start losing people. I don't want to lose the people that's been there with me from the beginning. I don't want to lose y'all. So I'm gonna stay authentic. I promise you that. God created me this way. That's how I'm gonna stay. So I appreciate y'all. But yeah, practice again on April 9th. That's gonna be cool. Let's keep running it up. Talk to me, chat. We got 214 people in here. I should be behind on catching up with comments. Coach, think we lead the league in forced turnovers this year? John M., this defense is kind of set up to play safe to force turnovers, if that makes sense. Play safe to force turnovers, meaning on the back end, you're going to see a lot of match bump concepts, a lot of safety cover 3, a lot of corner bail cover 3, match to the hash, pass off, a lot of underneath in space coverage from our Mike and Sting linebackers. You're going to see your Bandit and Wolf get out in the flats a lot. When Mike and Sting are left to, go, you're going to see Rover and Husky be thrown in a lot of crosser situations where they're going to need to communicate well. And the safety over top is going to have to be able to dissect that thing and be able to be disciplined with his eyes on the quarterback and his, play development, dissecting the play development. So because of that, I think with the athleticism that we have, you don't, at the amount of holes that you would usually see with, mediocre or mid-level talent, you won't see a lot of that with the athleticism and the skill sets that we have on our defense. So for that reason, I think we're going to see a lot of turnovers. We're going to be able to force a lot of turnovers this year. John Carter said, Keely and Pierre are about to go crazy, and I think Jordan Renard is my dark horse beast. John Carter, one of those names you said is going to go crazy. Keon Keely, I don't see an upside for him. And I'm just giving my analysis. I'm not doing anything that's been reported or anything like that. I'm not going off no rumors. This is my analysis, my personal opinion based off what I've seen. Keon Keely doesn't have the drive. He's been moved from edge to inside. He's a true defensive lineman now. They moved him. He doesn't fit the Bandit or Wolf position, coming off the edge. A true big edge, he could be that. He has the size and the anatomical makeup for it, but he just doesn't have the drive right now. And right now, the way it's looking, rotational wise, to me, and I'm just saying, I don't know how the groupings look, but he's out there going against, when Lonergan and Mack are taking snaps, right? He's on that lineup with that group, and he's never getting rotational reps with the first two. Going against Simpson or Milrow. So, but Pierre is right there with Cope and Q-Rob and Quay Rousseau. Those guys are the ones really out there showing huge flashes. Even you said Jordan Renard is flashing. Ja Latham, Jeremiah Beeman. That group is deep, man. And you got to think, I didn't even say Tim Smith, Tim Keenan, Jaheim Otis, Curtis Perry. I didn't say none of those names. I'm talking about the guys that's going to be relieving those four guys up front. And you see how many names we was able to name. So hopefully Keely can get it, though. Definitely a talent that you want to see develop and unleash. But yeah, King Mario checking in and say what's up. Got to run some errands. Hopefully I'll catch the tail end. Hey, King Mario, appreciate you for pulling up, fam. You've been a solid supporter for a while now, man. I hope you could pick up that badge soon. Just got a crystal ball to Clemson, man. From who? And don't say on 3. Because I'm telling y'all, with Hale being down, I definitely feel it leaves the door open for Ryan Williams to get more touches. Jarvis Mitchell, stop it. He is not even going to be at the X, bro. That's a whole different side of the offense. Ryan Williams is going to be a Z or slot. I'm telling y'all right now. You look at his makeup, you look at his skill set. Kalen DeBoer, Jamarcus Shepard, and his staff are going to put him at the slot or at the Z. That's a kid. You want him to get the ball in his hands quick. You want to put him in quick routes. You want to put him in one-on-ones with your safety or a linebacker. You do that with the slot and the Z, right? You put your bigger bodies, Jeremy Bernard, Rico Scott, Caleb Odom. You put those guys out there at the X and put them in ISO situations to where they, demand safety over the top help, right? They have to demand because they're in the boundary. They're in the spacious part of the field, and they're going to be able to use their size, their wingspan, their long playability, right? Getting open in second and third phase routes. That's what the X is going to be primarily used for. Watch Washington's offense from last year, and you'll see where Ryan Williams is going to be a perfect fit, Jarvis. That's just my personal opinion too. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying, you know me. I get down to it. I'm trucking all over the country, tuned in. Okay, that's what's up, man. Roll legend. It seems like there's less practice with KB, or I'm tripping. No, this year is just spread out. It's spread out because they're doing a lot of maintenance in between. So, I don't know if y'all remember, like, we used to see like 3 straight weeks of practice for spring, right? 3 straight weeks of practice where it's like 15 practices straight. With this new recruiting and things of that nature, I kind of like this format because you're giving that time and space for guys to go out, get overloaded with information, take a day, sometimes a day, maybe 2 days, to get in the weight room, get in the therapy. You're not overworking the body. Matt Ballou and this staff, the strength and conditioning staff, I think they have a lot to do with how this schedule was pushed out. But it's still 15 practices. It's just spread out over a different span. You get what I'm saying? So I like it. I like the new format. It's just weird. It's weird, but I like it. I can see the sense it makes behind it. When is the first scrimmage? We had the first scrimmage already, my boy. We already had the first scrimmage. I'm gonna pull this graphic up I had. Pull this graphic up. So the first scrimmage was this past Saturday. They had that first light scrimmage. The first official scrimmage is on the 28th. John Carter, you took my statement. Oh, okay. I got you. Much love, man. I see you wrote me. Hey, you can write in here, man. We ain't gotta be ashamed. You ain't gotta be ashamed. This is a safe space, man. I go at all interested comments with the same energy, whether I agree with it or not, man. That's just my energy. I think my tone throws people off sometimes, but that's just me all the time, man. Y'all just gotta trust. Y'all just gotta trust the fact it's not true. It's not personal. It's just my energy, y'all. I promise. My King family reacts. What's good, family? I get some time to watch your videos. Wednesday is my kind of like down day where I can work on editing and stuff. So when I have my downtime, I watch your videos. You react to those vocalists, those musicians. I watch those. Being a musician myself, I love to interact with that. So keep doing what you're doing. If y'all haven't already, go check out King Family Reacts. Go check out his channel. Does some nice reactions to vocalists, musicians. Just good vibes over there. You watch it and you get lost in it because it's not cringe. You get what I'm saying? It's not cringe. It's good quality stuff he reacts to, and he reacts with a certain charisma. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Appreciate you for pulling up, supporting the channel from one content to another content creator. Love what you're doing, man. Smook, you get my email with the GA recruits that got Bama in mind. Facts, I did the white. And tonight's segment of either Smook Scoop, we will be doing under the radar, on the radar, uptrend alert for recruits. I plan on having 1 special guest for sure, I think. Is today that day? Yeah. I plan on having 1 special guest for sure. No, that's not tonight. That's tomorrow. Today's Wednesday. Thursday, we will jump on the 26 class. Under the radar, on the radar, and uptrend alert. We will jump on that, and we will, expose y'all to some 26 recruits that I believe will end up signing with Bama or are true targets of Bama, or should be targets of Bama. So we're going to do that tomorrow. And we'll do that tomorrow evening because, I don't know, because we don't have a time for Coach DeBoer's interview. So before the end of this segment, somebody remind me to gauge the chat and see if we want to try to get. That's going to be tough. It's hard to get the recruits and players on during the day because, of course, they have classes. Not everybody's on spring break anymore. But I do want to have them on tomorrow night. I just organized my day to do it tomorrow night. How about that? Y'all good with that? Give me some fire emojis in the chat if y'all good with that. Y'all let me know. Smook want that smoke. I do want that smoke. Y'all seen dude rapping about Bama, the Georgia fan? Y'all seen the Georgia fan rapping about Bama? I want that smoke. I'm gonna bring that heat too. So if y'all could get that dude, I don't know who it is. I don't even know. He's a real rapper. Y'all know I ain't no rapper, but I'm gonna bring that heat. And I'm gonna come off, I'm a freestyle. I'm bringing that smoke, y'all. So y'all hype it up on Twitter for me. I want to get them on. We might have to do it live on Coach Smook channel. You know, Bama football on YouTube is probably not the platform for that, but we will do that. If I could get that action, I want that action. I'm bringing the heat too. I got a passport. Who got passports? I don't know why this just popped up, but your boy got a passport. Hey, y'all want to see Smook with no hair? Y'all want to see ball Smook? Fresh out the military Smook? Let me see. Y'all see that? That boy. That boy fresh out the army Smook. What? Y'all see the little brown t-shirt? Y'all see the little tan t-shirt? Look. Y'all see, let me cover my information up. We got weirdos sometimes be in here. Y'all see that? That's fresh out the army Smook. Naked face all the way. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man. Hey, appreciate it. Jarvis Mitchell says, so wait, Keely really that upset that he thinking about leaving? Jarvis, I ain't say he was thinking about leaving. I think my boy Moonrocker was trying to clear that up. I ain't say he was thinking about leaving. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if he got pushed out the door or was let out the door. I ain't gonna say pushed out the door. If he was let out the door or if he took that route, I would not be surprised. I'm gonna be honest, and this is the type of person I am. And I think I take a lot of this from like people that were around Coach Saban as coaches and players, former players, right? His mentality was, if you can find more value somewhere else that you can't have here through trusting the process of developing, by all means, go and do it. Go and do it. So when Malik Benson, Roydell Williams, Kendrick Blackshire, when they hit the portal, I felt like they went to spots where they can create more value for themselves, right? Isaiah Bonds didn't understand that one, but clearly he created more value for himself, got him a Bronco out the deal, 140K NIL, whatever it was, right? Julian saying, I feel like because of the system and the scheme that's being brought to the Bama, probably wasn't the best fit for it, went and transferred. I think he made a good decision. Caden Proctor, I think it was a horrible decision for him to leave. Yeah, you was missing family, but you still you were uptrending very well, and now you have to go and reestablish that, plus lose weight, plus learn a new scheme, do all that. So it didn't help. And then Caleb Downs, wherever he go, he gonna be that guy. Don't know why he left, but wherever he go, he's that type of player. Now, Keon Keeley is a guy that needs to be in a system that allows him to get on the edge and just go crazy. Well, in this system, it's not made for him like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State snubs him. I wouldn't be surprised if USC snubs him. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami maybe snuck in or Notre Dame snuck in. Like I wouldn't be surprised, and it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. You know, it wouldn't be a bad thing for us or him. Do you think Mac taking snaps before Lonergan would cause Dylan to look at the portal? Dylan Lonergan is a very soft-spoken young man. I think Lonergan is here for the development for a certain amount of time, right? But I don't know. I can't put my hand on it and say yes. But yeah, it is what it is. Shout out to Caitlin Ingle with the 99.99 super chat. Says she been trying to get back in green the last few days. I don't know what happened. Been out of town. I'm trying to fix it still right now. Roll Tide undefeated. Kyle, T, Smook, Meryl, Sean, Jay, and Ty. Love you all. And Miro, y'all know. Laughing face, fire emoji, all that good stuff. Appreciate the 99.99 super chat. All the love, Caitlin, that you bring to the channel. You already know you one of the Hall of Famers in this chat. We love what you do in this channel. We love how you rock for us on socials, right? Caitlin, y'all want to know who's gonna go to the bat for Bama football on YouTube? Caitlin Ingle, she gonna do that. So Caitlin, you better not flake on us for A-Day because you've been hyping it up. You've been hyping it up like you're gonna be there. You better not flake. Ain't no excuses. Ain't no excuses. Ain't no excuses. My boy Fluke says, what's your thoughts on Javen Hilson, Jacayla Falk, and Julian Lewis flipping? Appreciate that $4.99 super chat. I'm going to answer this in order. I don't too much. I had to check myself real quick. It's not that I don't care for Javen Hilson. There are some things that's being said and done by this young man that I don't think will be a good fit. And I think him coming to Bama he would have to do one or two things. It's only two things that he would have to do. Check the ego at the door, come in ready to work, and get rid of that attitude of I'm him, right? And really develop to become him. Because all dogs that come to Bama, especially under Saban, but in this new era, they're learning to really buy into trusting the process. Because yes, you were him in high school, but there's still stages of development that you must go through. And if you be him as far as I'm going to develop, then that's a good thing. Javen Hilson doesn't fit the mold of what this team is carrying right now. But talent, we'd love to have him. We'd love to have him. No questions asked. Jacayla Falk, I was messing with some Auburn fans yesterday. That's a realistic flip. I'm telling you right now, that's a realistic flip. Y'all seen him enjoying his interest from Bama. I think that's an awesome thing. I really would like to have him. And Juju, I'm calling Juju 100% Bama. I know USC feel like they making some ground up by getting Justice Terry, whatever the kid name is from Georgia. But I'm telling you, Juju is our quarterback of the future. That's what I feel. I mean, the relationship, he's coming back, man. He was just here 2 weeks ago. He's coming back again. He's coming back again, not just to be on some chill stuff. He's coming to ask questions. He's coming to ask questions. And there's some recruits in that class with him that are really pulling on him that have already committed to Alabama or are about to commit to Alabama. I'm telling y'all, man. Trust me. I know. That my boss came and showed me that video. Like, she a Georgia fan. Wait, hold on. What we talking about, Moonrock? I missed it. What video? What happened? What video? IGY6. Smook. What's that? I'm missing it. You think Jacayla Falk? Hey, there was a FSU rapper that made an adamantly fire diss track about the playoff this past season. Oh, I gotta go see it. That's the video we talking about? Let me catch up to the comments. Yavo would liberate the naysayers, big dog. Listen, Yavo, let me tell you, he would, but I got heat too. I'm telling y'all. Cut it out, boy. Juju is staying in Georgia. Slides. If you're a Georgia fan, I'm glad you're here today because I need this action. What makes you feel like that? And tell me what sources give you this confidence, because I'm about to drop some bombs. Can I drop some bombs today, y'all? We ain't got to pull the belts out. I got the big guns. Why would Juju go play for Alabama when he could play for a big brother? You talking about the same big brother just got their butts whipping the SEC championship that claimed to be the kings of college football and didn't even make the playoffs? You talking about the same Georgia team that just got whooped by the running back quarterback, Jalen Miro? They really should have got blown out, but had points called off the board, had some sorry, offensive line play. But we're not going to talk about that. Y'all lost to a learning and struggling Jalen Miro. Do you understand that? Y'all let Tommy Reese call a solid game. Execution wasn't there, but y'all let Tommy Reese call a solid game. Tommy Reese, Tommy Reese had one of the best call games of his career against you all. Second to the Kentucky game. Come on. Come on, Slides, brother. Come on, fire another one. Shoot again. Kirby not letting another Georgia recruit go to Alabama. Duke Johnson. Can we talk about Duke Johnson? Travis Smith Jr. I am going to laugh so hard. And I'm going to say if, because I can't gauge nephew's thoughts right now. He's been very subtle about how he releases things. I love the way Travis Smith Jr. is handling this, knowing that he's the #1 receiver in this class. I'm going to tell you like this. If Travis Smith Jr. commits to Alabama in July, wait, I think he's going to announce in June. I'm going to double check. If he messes around and commits earlier than June, it's not going to be to Georgia. I'm going to tell you that right now. And when he commits to Bama, Cut Bluey, I bet we won't see you around here no more. And Kirby better go find a gym membership somewhere. All the nice facilities y'all got at Athens, y'all can't get Kirby on a treadmill. Come on, dog. Stop bragging on Kirby. He might not be around and as a college football coach. I ain't saying he's gonna die. He might have to take a leave of absence for health reasons. We will settle that September 29th. Exactly, we will. I love when Georgia fans show up to Bama podcast. I love it. Y'all are scared. Y'all are scared. Just admit it, man. Just admit it. Y'all are scared. Y'all, hey, we dropped so many picks, right? Talk to them. They don't understand that. So many picks. Hey, that Kirby crying emoji, that thing is undefeated. Juju don't tell him, Jermaine. Kirby not letting that offense open up. And Juju not about to possibly sit behind Carson Beck. Carson Beck gonna come back for a 5th year. He gonna come back for a 5th year. 6th year if he can. He love college. Slide. Don't cry when Julian Lewis announces he's going to Georgia. Slide. Me personally, if Juju Lewis announces he goes to Georgia, I'm cool. Because that means Ty Simpson might stay an extra year. I'm cool. And that means we go to 2026 class and we pick up 2 of the quarterbacks that have already decided to basically, they're going to verbally commit here in the next few weeks. So I'm not tripping about Juju. I just know if we get him, it kills the whole narrative of Kalen DeBoer can't recruit, because that'll be the 2nd class in a row where he secured a 5-star. We beat an injured Georgia team. Oh, y'all remember the excuses they gave? They said we was using excuses when we literally lost a player in the game that literally was killing them in the national championship. In J-Mo, we was going to beat them with 1 player. And they got mad at us because we were telling the truth. You talking about a guy that had 100+ yards in the first quarter against the #1 rated defense that year? Come on, man. Get out of here. Excuses, right, Jeremy? Tell him. Georgia, we got Georgia action this morning. Yes. Come on, where my drink at? Look. Where my boy Antoine at? Good. Get into it, baby. Get into it, Georgia. Where y'all at? Listen, Antoine, Georgia got their ass whipped up front against us. Forget the tight end and wide receivers would have done. They got smacked, son. I mean, and imagine if we would have just kept handing the ball off in the SEC championship. Imagine unleashing Justice Haynes. Oh, what if vintage Coach Saber would have showed up and unleashed and just kept running the hot hand, the run game? What if he would have just unleashed vintage Coach Saban? That would have been an ugly game. Miro just could not get settled in that game. He had so many opportunities where Burton beat somebody, Isaiah Bonds had somebody beat, Kendrick Law had them beat for 1 or 2 times. I mean, Miro just he almost lost that game for us, but his composure and his leadership, his athleticism got us out of a lot of plays also. So it panned out. Defense played solid. Carson Beck looked like an NFL QB with no receivers to get it to because our secondary was on point. Brock Bowers was injured. Why he played then? You don't think we had guys that was injured? Jaheim Otis, Tim Keenan, both of them had injuries. Those are our primary guys up front. We had injuries on the offensive line. You get what I'm saying? We had running back injuries. Jace McClellan played with a broke foot from Tennessee game all the way to the end of the season. And he had a solid game. I didn't even get to play against Georgia. Them boys scared, Flukes. They scared. When I say they scared, they literally are on their podcast talking about Alabama. We don't talk about Georgia till they pull up. Hey, what Coach Smook was talking about before this Georgia fan started popping them gums? What Coach Smook was talking about? We was talking about Bama. Hey, Jeremy Sanders, I'm going to tell you like this. One thing I will not do is discredit what that boy Carson Beck is capable of. That boy is a pro quarterback. Carson Beck is a pro quarterback. Go back and watch the Georgia game where we played them, right? And he checked. He went through all three. He went through 4 reads and came back and checked down to the third. Dig coming across the middle of the field. It developed late. He came back to it. He could have checked down in the flats and let his running back get 3 to 6 yards like they have been getting the whole game. But he came back off of that because he saw the corner Kool-Aid jump off of that dig route and start covering to the flats. He did his assignment. He saw that out the corner of the eye, was able to shift, get his elbow, and everything was smooth. I like that one play allowed me to say, okay, this guy has it. He has it. He has the next level talent. Let me see. Slides brother says, thanks for T-Rob. What he did for y'all? I lost y'all some recruits. T-Rob, man, I can't wait. Hey, Slides brother, would you be willing? Because I got a bet with and my brother Jor is in here. Jor, you know the bet I got with the Oregon fan. I want to place a he said best portal wide receiver. Please give me these names. Please give me these names. Because if you're talking about Travis Etienne, did y'all get him? Did y'all bail him out yet? Is he gonna stop driving drunk to be able to make it to the season? Because the young man, luckily, God, thanks to God, he didn't hurt anybody driving drunk, right? Loses control of the car, goes off the road. DUI. Kirby's losing control over there. It's a dumpster fire in Athens, y'all. Woo! What's up, Health and Wealth? How you feeling tonight? Today, I'm sorry. You ain't got to, but I'll discredit that budget. Oh, listen, Jeremy. Now, Stetson was definitely overrated. But Carson Beck, he's solid. I can't lie. All right, Boom Rocker. We hyped T-Rob up so bad. And he had the charisma. He was able to talk to these recruits. But we only vetted let's be honest, we vetted T-Rob because Coach Saban hired him. We vetted T-Rob. Mo Linquist is kicking T-Rob's ass in recruiting. I had to steal Coach Sanj. And I'm sorry, Mama, if you ain't here. Mo Linquist kicked T-Rob's ass. Ass in recruiting. He's whooping it. 25, 26. We got 3 5-stars that they was able to solidify and maintain. I mean, these same guys they had the opportunity to hit the portal just like Julian saying, right? Just like they could have decommitted just like Jamie French in the 26 class. You got some dogs in this 25, 26 class. Jamie French in the 25 class. You got some dogs in this class. That's crazy. Cynthia, he's still in jail? Oh, Lord have mercy. Salisbury's still trying to calm down from the SEC championship. Man, them boys hurt. They thought we was really going to come in and drop the ball. Man, please. A whole dumpster fire. Them boys, they dumpster water, boy. Dumpster juice. The juice and the water that leaks out the bottom of the dumpster when it rains and it smells like diaper fluid, rotten fruit, collard green water, and sock fart. That's what happened in Georgia right now. Worse than hot dog water. 2-day-old hot dog water. They worse than the gas station glizzies that's getting thrown out in the trash bag. They worse than that. Georgia is struggling right now. Georgia is struggling. Athens is hurting, bro. Hey, y'all know what's cool? Jaden Roberts is my dude. Did y'all see the interaction between me and Jaden Roberts yesterday? Did y'all get to see it? I ain't gonna lie. I had to let me do something real quick. I had to kind of clip it. And y'all family, so y'all know why I want to share this with y'all. This is something that I gotta do, y'all. Cause I love y'all and y'all support your boy. Y'all really do. Y'all show me love and y'all support me. Y'all encourage this type of activity, this type of professional pettiness, right? And I'm gonna show y'all because I love what we do, man. I love what we do. Myself and Kyle, we some dogs, man. We some dogs. Kyle, he pushes me in this sort of petty nature, right? And it's not to be malicious or anything. It's to show people that we just enjoy doing what we're doing, and that's covering Alabama football and building relationships. So let me do this real quick. I'm setting something up for y'all. 30-second clip, roughly, right? I'm gonna set it up for y'all, and I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right here. Where we at? Y'all, I think y'all gonna enjoy this, y'all. I think y'all gonna enjoy this. Let me cook a little bit. I see y'all, man. Caitlin, how you feeling though? We have been missing you, fam. We have been missing you. Here we go.
Appreciate you. Hey, what's going on, man? Doing good.
Mom been getting on me. She can get on. Like, you better get a picture of my baby.
Hey, I appreciate it.
No problem, man. Hey, you know,
Smook doing his thing, see?
I love you, man.
Appreciate you, man. Yep.
Wait, man. Don't do that, because people already be mad, man. Oh, man. Hey.
So we got so we're gonna do our post game.
Watch Kyle.
Yeah,
Watch Kyle.
Post game. Yeah.
You want me to get the camera? You know,
Yeah. All right.
Look, Kyle be so hype, y'all.
Hold on 1 second.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. The only reason I want to highlight this is because I want to say we are establishing relationships with those players, the coaches, the media personnel. Like, me and Kyle are really making strides in that regards because we got a team here. You got people that have aspirations of really taking the same leap of faith that I took, right? And we're changing the game one interview, one interaction at a time. Jaden Roberts has agreed to, do some real exclusive content with our channel and our channel only. Yes, y'all know he sits on another panel sometimes. They use his name to kind of bring in viewers, but he has a relationship with us, and I appreciate Jaden Roberts. He gave me permission to shout him out. Personal relationship, gave me permission to show him love, right? And I don't know if y'all heard me. I know y'all heard me say, all right, love you, bro. He had said, all right, love you, man. Like, he was like, love you, bro. Like, we have a connection. That's Jaden Roberts. Me and his mother, we're real close. I had her on my channel before I came over full time to Bama football on YouTube. And during that time, I was able to establish some real tight-knit relationships with current players on the roster, recruits coming on campus. And I cherish those, not to build my own brand, but to say, if I build this relationship, it can open doors for other content creators who have the same aspirations and same drive. Give them an opportunity to be trusted. And what they do with that opportunity is what they do with it. We can't control what they do with it at the end of the day. So let me see. What Kyle got loaded in B-roll down here? What Kyle got loaded in B-roll? Oh, yeah. All right, okay. We got some B-roll. All right. So we'll bring some B-roll up to kind of close the segment out. But I didn't see your comment, Steven. What comment? Oh, Steven's back. Hey, Steven, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Let me see. We catch 2 of them. We beat the Dogs by 21. That's what I'm saying, Trainwreck. 2 of them picks, facts. You 100%. Steven says, Smook, I'm going to swallow my pride. I'm going to apologize right here in front of 221 Bama family. Hey, I appreciate you, man. It takes a real gentleman, it takes a real man to come in and swallow his pride and apologize. I don't know what you're apologizing for. I had to block you, you know why. But other than that, man, I could care less what happens in the chat. I encourage people to stick around and support. I don't think it's that serious for people to react certain ways, but it is what it is. I'm still going to bring my passion. I like what I'm doing. I'm not a celebrity. Stop. Dontario, I'm removing your comment. I'm going to block you. You're going to time. I'm just playing. Listen, man. I'm not big time. I just appreciate. I like being a part of this Bama family. Being recognized for what I do with this team is only a small part of it. Having access is more fun to me. I like being able to get the truth, and give it to y'all. I'm not going to sunshine pump myself, nor Kyle is going to ever sunshine pump. If we got panelists, when they get verbatim information, solid information, they're not going to sunshine pump. They're going to give it to you straight, whether it's in our favor or not. And that's all we want to do. Let me see. I got super chats. I got new members. Caitlin came back. Caitlin pulling up with the membership again. Undefeated. The queen. One of them. You know what I'm saying? Jay Townsend with the $20 super chat said, Coach Smook, I think you're a hypnotherapist. You talk to the recruits and get them to come on the show, and then most of them end up committing to Bama. Keep doing what you're doing. Listen, man, that's funny. That's funny, man. That's funny. I appreciate you, though, for the $20 super chat, Uncle Jay. And Uncle Jay and his undefeated merch, man. That is crazy. I'm just noticing that. Where my hat at? Where my hat at? That undefeated merch looking good on y'all, man. You know what? I'm going to make a request. We're going to do a show Friday, April 12th. We're going to do a live segment, right? And my plan is to have myself, Kyle, everybody that's supposed to be in town for A-Day. I'm pitching this idea to Kyle like heavy and T. I want all the staff that's in town. I want us to be live together on a panel. We have road mics. We have all of this stuff. But I want us to be live together, whether we sit in the same room with different cameras and just have like our microphones hooked up or whatever, or we sit on with one camera, I know how to set it up. I do production like that on that level. But I would love for us to have like an actual on-scene 4-panel, 5-panel personnel, right? And we do y'all a live show, pre-game show, where we just kind of chill. We bring out, we might bring out some food, you know what I'm saying? We might just make it a chill, long night stream to do like a pre-A-Day party or get together. And maybe Kyle allows me to do something to where I host something somewhere else at another site. Maybe like shrimp basket or something. I don't know. Maybe. We don't know. But it would be awesome to have that type of content put out there. So, yeah, be looking forward to that. Again, appreciate all the super chats today too, man. Auntie Janet in the building. Let's go, man. Much love. Hey, Auntie. Love you. Nah, hey, Bama fan. I only block people when they disrespect fan funders and supporters of the channel. It's out of respect for them. It feels up to me. I roast trolls. I roast haters. I enjoy that interaction. This ain't my channel, though. I'm a team member. I'm a fully staffed member. I'm an employee of this channel. So I respect the rules and the guidelines and the vision. They give us a little bit of freedom to kind of, test the boundaries. But believe me, when I get out of line, I can't speak for everybody else. When I get out of line, I get checked. And I appreciate that. I appreciate having employers and partners that can hold me accountable. I appreciate that. I appreciate when y'all hold me accountable. If I go overboard on some things, I appreciate when y'all check me. For real. I am not above correction or criticism, none of that. My opinions aren't always correct. I don't think I'm always right. That was a narrative that somebody in the chat was trying to push, that I'm Mr. Know-It-All, I'm Mr. Famous. Like, that's not me. I don't know if y'all know this, but Coach Smook, Coach Sean, Coach Jay, Ty, y'all probably haven't known Jake as long as the rest, but I feel like we've been consistently us since we've been here, evolving, learning the business, learning how to navigate the business side. But personality, I don't think any of us changed. So anytime somebody gets blocked out the chat, it's because they disrespecting fan funders. I won't stand for that. Coach Sean, definitely. You want to get Coach Sean pissed off about this? Start disrespecting some of our people. David McMillan in the chat, what's good? Yeah, I accept. I think I already said that. I'm probably just catching up. Caleb out here in these streets, fast and the furious, man. Oh, hey, get together. Hey, what if I made a flyer and it had the Alabama A, and then we put get together, and you got to be like a fan funder to get access? Can we drink at A Day? Can a duck swim in a pond? I already told my mama. They better not be mad at me. My mama better not get mad at me. I'm going to have me a little sippy sip after we get done working. My brother just texted me, and I finally got what I asked for the other day. I'm about to make this list real quick for y'all. I don't know what her source is. I'm not sure, but I'll be able to confirm it with Jatavis Sanders later today. I'm gonna be able to confirm this list with Jatavis Sanders. Somebody just texted to me. I got to put it on a notes document, and then I'm gonna screenshot it for y'all. All right, let me do this real quick for y'all, because I wanna make sure. I think a lot of people were asking about this earlier. Who's visiting this week, right? Did I hear some people asking about that? Or am I just jumping the gun with recruits? Oh, Lord. All right, y'all, I got it coming. Screenshot alert. I don't have my other mouse out, so I'm looking like a doggone elementary student out here trying to drag and drop. Where my mouse at? I don't like this. I gotta find my mouse. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me just open the list up then. Can I share that screen? I can't share that screen. Window, entire screen. I can't. All right, so here go the list, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and go through it real quick. The list of confirmed, and this is in no particular order. This is just the list I have. So we got 4-star running back. I don't even want to confirm that. I don't even know if that's confirmed. All right, this is the list that I just got, and this source, he's usually tied in pretty well. But I don't want to confirm it just yet. A lot of these 26 guys I know are coming. I'm looking at Devin Carter. He'll be here Thursday. He's out of Augusta, Georgia. Zach Fort, the number 2 safety out of IMG Academy, he'll be here. Kaden Hall, the number 4 safety, class of 26, he'll be here out of Florida. Dorian Barney, another kid. Y'all remember we talked about 26 class, guys. That's the kid that I was talking about out of Georgia. The Georgia fan that was in here. McDonough, Georgia, that's right there in your backyard. He'll be at Bama this weekend, and he's high on Bama. Malachi Goodman, the offensive lineman out of New Jersey, he'll be in here. I think he's going to be staying a few days too. 25 kid. James Simon, I think is a 26 kid, 4-star linebacker out of Calvary, right? Baptist in Shreveport, Louisiana. Y'all know what Calvary has produced and given us in the past. Derek Meadows, another wide receiver in this very talented class out of Bishop Gorman. Bishop Gorman produces a lot of crazy athletic guys, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see him show some heavy interest in Bama with those West Coast ties. You know, Jamarcus Shepard was on this guy, has been on this guy since he's been a wide receiver coach at the D1 level. This guy is somebody that has a relationship with Jamarcus Shepard, so that's good. Lagonza Hayward, my guy Brody Smook was just talking about this young man out of Toombs County High School in Georgia. This is another guy in Georgia backyard. I think he was actually crystal balled to Georgia for a while, right? I think he's going to be another guy that we can flip to Bama. And Juju Lewis, you all seen the hype around Juju. I'm telling you, Juju is coming to Bama. Juju is coming to Bama. I really feel strong about that. I really do. Dwight, you already know. Keep your ears to the ground. You already know how to tap in. Coach Smook's the recruitment whisperer. Get ready for some more recruits to commit. Oh, Lord. Look, hey, y'all know y'all be putting pressure on me. But the thing is, nah, as a matter of fact, I like pressure. So when y'all put pressure on me, I just kind of stick to the mold, man. Alabama will hold its A-Day captain ceremony at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time at Denny Chime. Nick Saban, Jalen Miro, and Malachi Moore will speak to the crowd. That is going to be crazy. I heard there's supposed to be some type of, and I told y'all the story about myself and one of our my team members, Sharita, Auntie Rita. We had this whole little thing planned out that when they do this little ceremony, the changing of the guard from Coach Saban to Kalen DeBoer, we're going to be like the most dramatic people. Y'all probably going to notice. Well, y'all going to notice me for sure, but y'all going to notice my sister Sharita. It's going to be funny. If they do like this whole ceremony, if they try to take me out, y'all come save me. Y'all come save me. All right. 1999. Sorry to get here so late, Smook and fam. Busy time of year for me. All love and roll tide. Auntie Janet with the 1999 super chat. Y'all know Auntie Janet out there moving honey from the beehives. Y'all already know. She already put it out there that if y'all want some honey, and we do this for everybody that supports the channel. Auntie Janet said y'all can email her, order y'all some honey, pure honey. I like honey as a pre-workout for all my fitness people and my health people that are very holistic, right? When it comes to the health things, honey is a good pre-workout. Honey and water. Put in some hot water, honey. Drink that before you go into workout. I don't know what it does, but it helped me. I had a bodybuilder guy told me to do that instead of pre-workout. And that was some of the best, cleanest workout, the cleanest feel I had, and natural energy, and what they call it, when your endorphins release, when you release those chemicals, I think that's what it intensifies, that's why that honey, that y'all know what honey I'm talking about. That's why that honey, they use that to kind of, give you that bump. So, y'all check out Auntie Janet Forsyth at JanetForsyth2@gmail.com. Hopefully I said your last name right, Auntie Janet. I'm country. Be trying to sound proper and etiquette, right? Jeremy Sanders honey is a good carb boost. Okay. Y'all know better than me, man. I just like working out and staying in shape. Already emailed, want some honey. Facts. What's fire? That Smook, you see my question? I'm sorry, Will. You got highlighted again. I be coming late on stuff. Pause. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be late. I knew it was gonna be late, but I knew somebody was coming. It was either gonna be Moon Rocker, DR334 not here, Cuzzo not in here. So I knew Moon Rocker or either I didn't know Chance was gonna come and catch me like that. I didn't know Chance, you got me today. All right, you got me. I paused it before y'all though. But because of the delay, I've always played fair. I always play fair because of the delay. So yeah. Yeah. Somebody said something. Coach Smook, you're doing something that most of the other podcasts don't do. I believe that the kids love the special attention. Bama on YouTube make them want to come to Bama. Hey, I agree with you, Coach Jay. I even was talking about it and really I want to make this public, y'all. I know I can coach, right? I know I want to coach. That's something that I've always I took off when I started coaching. I coached for like 6 years straight, from the age of 23 to 29 or 24 to 31. I was coaching at some level, middle school, high school, personal development training. And during that time span in Texas and in Georgia, I was able to experience and be under the tutelage of a lot of great coaches in those areas. And then going to different coaching clinics and things of that nature, plus my experience as a player, I try to use all that and factor that in when I'm approaching these recruits. And in this new day and age, having a slight understanding of the lingo and how to approach teenagers nowadays, I think that gives us a very competitive advantage. But also, man, and I'm gonna speak on this without putting names in it. Give me a second while y'all lighten me up. Give me a second while y'all lighten me up, man. I'm gonna say this, and I want to talk about this, and I'm not throwing shade, but that was a recruit that was recently on our show, just recently, and we were the insiders on his announcement. He went to another podcast or another channel, and I was able to talk with this young man and express my concerns of him being on it after. I didn't know he was going. I just expressed I saw the tag, I seen the announcement, and I expressed my concerns. I was like, be careful who you allow your name to get attached to, because not everybody is using your name to help you build your brand. They're trying to ride what your brand is building. And the term for that is clout chasing, right? Coach Smook, Bama Football on YouTube, we don't clout chase. We stand on what we learn. We stand on our insights. We stand on what our information reveals to us. We give our own, unfiltered takes, and we take hits as they come. We accost things like the Ryan Grubb situation. Y'all remember I called a lot of flack on Twitter. It was funny because the day before when he announced it, I went on Twitter and was like, stop worrying about Grubb. He's staying. 2 days later, he comes on and says, we'll be the next offensive coordinator at Alabama. You see what happens, right? He goes to Seattle. Scott Huff goes with him. I mean, I was wrong. I can't control what they say. I'm good with that. But when it comes to recruiting, you're talking to young men who really are making decisions as young men who, they're developing. They're making these decisions. And this is the early stages of it. And you don't want to put them in uncomfortable situations. So y'all see me throw my little roll tide gestures at these recruits. Only reason I do that is because we have a personal connection, and I know that I can joke with them on that level without putting them on the spot of making them feel pressure to say that they're going to Bama. No recruit that I've had on here have y'all made me say or make me feel like see me or any other interviewers. Sean and Coach Jake, they've been on. Coach Sean and Jake Merrill, they both been able to be on with me with different recruits. But not once have you seen us come on and say Bama needs to have you or you need to be at Bama. We talked about their aspirations, what they liked about Bama. We mostly try to get y'all to know them. And this platform didn't do that for the young man. And his response to me was disheartening because that platform used their fake connection to me. And I don't like that. But luckily, I've already established that relationship with that young man. And he was like, hey, I'm not doing nothing else unless it's Bama Football on YouTube, Kyle Henderson and Coach Smook. Like, for real. Y'all took care of me. So I'm glad that our work is speaking for itself. Okay? I'm glad that our good is not being evil spoken of, right? So that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, that was something. That was something that it bothered me. It bothered me because these are young men who are really that could chase a recruit off. And that recruit might be the like pivotal piece for this recruiting class. Jarvis Mitchell, you crazy. Steven, I got a question, Steven, and it's only because you're bringing this attention to yourself. We got 210 Bama fans, lurkers, whatever, in the chat. Why? What's the motive behind trying to be the center of attention right now? And I'm only asking because this is you kind of accused me and you attacked my character the other day, and I accept your apology. I want to get an understanding of who I'm dealing with, so I don't cross those lines and make you feel like you have to do this again. Because I'm gonna tell you like this: we're family, right? We family chat. It was multiple people that wrote me and were not happy with the past few days and your actions. So I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you apologized. Just leave it at that. Honestly, I don't think anybody else is taking it personal. Just drop it. Let's talk Bama football. Let's talk. Let's get on the haters that's not liking what we're doing here. You clearly want to be a part of the family. You clearly understand what happened. It was an overreaction. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes live here on stream. I can't go and hide it in chat. When I do this live, it's out there. So I'm learning. I don't care. Everybody's opinion is respected, right? I may not agree with it. And I on this platform and the place that I'm speaking from, I have the ability to project that vocally and verbally, right? But that doesn't mean I'm shutting you down, or that doesn't mean I don't respect your opinion. It's just that's my opinion, and it's opposite of yours. I like how Ty debates because that's his style. He went to school for a debate. Me, I'm not trying to look at it from both sides of the spectrum when we're in the midst of the debate, but I can definitely understand where you're coming from when you have legit points. Me and Adam Lamparello, we've had some good interactions. Who's the other guy in here? We always, it's so many family members now that we kind of just like, I got the brothers and sisters that I argue with, and then I got the brothers and sisters that's always ready to go down the street and jump on Gigi and them. You know what I'm saying? Corey Brooks in the building. What's good, cuzzo? What's good, family? How you feeling, fam? Look, it's some names that when I see them, I'm sorry, y'all. I have to acknowledge them. DR334 in the building. Didn't see you in here earlier. What's good? Nah, we was talking about Steven. We just trying to get Steven back acquainted, man. I don't like this weird vibe he bringing, man. I don't like this weird vibe he bringing. I want him to get back to the other Steven that was clowning in the chat. You get what I'm saying? Stop looking for attention, man. You gonna get, we family. Clown, bro. Be a Bama fan. Stand on what you say. Don't take it personal. Speak your heart. Speak your mind. Be respectful. We got it. Smook, what was your MOS? My dad was in 30 years, 11 Bravo, see it, Command Sergeant Major, retired. I was 11 Charlie, just like my father. My father did 20 years. He retired. Audie Murphy, Hall of Fame member. Sergeant First Class, Senator Mondre Hines Sr., 11 Bravo. I got out in officially in 2016. I did 8.5 years, 11 Charlie. I was also Signal, 25 Bravo, IT. I worked in the Essex shop for a few years. When I got to 4th Ranger Training Battalion, I airborne air assault, you know, got that on my stuff. Egypt. I really didn't deploy, y'all. I went on vacation to Egypt. I wasn't supposed to be over there. I wish some of my battle buddies was in here to help tell that story, man. I was over there. I was in Egypt for such a short time, they forgot I was there. I was like, dang, you right. You was at North. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, that's my little military career. Steven Angle. Let me see. Did you say something? I'm not trying to bring attention to myself, Smook. I'm simply apologizing to you. Yeah, I understand. You did that like 20 minutes ago, though. Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Y'all remember when I came to this show a long time ago, probably like a month ago, and it was a recruit named Aiden Kane, defensive tackle, 2026 guy, and I told y'all to be on the lookout for him. You go to Twitter and type Aiden Kane, AYDEN CAIN, and see how much buzz is coming on with Aiden Kane. As a matter of fact, I'm going to text Mom and we're going to see it. As a matter of fact, we featured his film on the show, and Mom came in and was very thankful. That was about 3 weeks ago, maybe more than 3 weeks ago. No, 3 weeks ago when we featured the highlights. But then it was like a month and a half ago, where we kind of brought some attention to him. Oh, great coffee. I was gonna highlight it, but I'm not. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about, Greg. And glad you're here, and glad I didn't have to say a name. But yeah, that is getting out of hand. E4 Mafia, shout out. Hey, what's good, Ruben? Listen, I got out as a sergeant though, but I'm gonna always be E4 Mafia, man. I'm gonna always be E4 Mafia. Anthony Harris in the chat. Hey, let's ask some questions about Brett Greenberg is a reliable source. Shout out Brett Greenberg. He said there'll be some big names getting added to the 8A list. Yes, it's some names, and my phone is blowing up now, y'all. So if I'm looking at my watch, it's because it's phone notifications. But Brett Greenberg is always ahead of the game when it's talking about guys visiting and things of that nature. I'm usually the one on the tail end that gets in, starts having these conversations, right? I try to create relationships between fan base, recruit, and university. These guys that do that reporting, they have different type of access, and I like it. I like what they do. So Brett Greenberg is definitely a reliable source. Clint Lamb is another guy that I like to go and follow up behind. Ryan C. Fowler. They have great content over at 100.9. Martin Houston. Christian Miller over there. I ain't gonna say the same for his pops. Me and Corey Miller need to have a debate. I want Corey Miller. I want Smoke. I respect him. First of all. But he got to come correct talk about my Tide. And I already told Christian, me and his pops, we're going to have to go at it. We're going to have to pull the gloves out. And I'm talking about it figuratively speaking, because I like the way he stands on what he say. He's so unfiltered, straightforward, but it is ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense. I love when people are that confident. I could debate with people like that. And we can have I'm talking about fire argument, fire debate. Yeah, Corey different, man. Yeah, he definitely the anti-Bama. I will upgrade later. Got to focus. What you talking about? Upgrade what? So glad you're here on this channel and away from Greg. Me too. I won't highlight these comments because I don't want to create no. I love to read Tide Insider Rodney Orr. You know who's a very good friend of mine now? Rodney Orr. That is somebody first day. He reached out, shook my hand. He was like, I love what you're doing. You're the new age. You and your team are the new age of what we need. It's not my lane. I don't do the content. I just write. And Rodney Orr writes. When he writes, you get a good picture of unfiltered, unbiased approach to what Alabama football is dealing with. The hot topics, the under the scene, the underlying issues, all of that stuff. Rodney Orr, if you all don't read his stuff, go check him out. Yeah, Corey Miller is definitely a great preaching voice. Army brat of an E6 staff sergeant. Okay. How many Army brats we got in the chat? How many Bama fans that are Army brats? Come on, put the salute emojis in the chat. Trainwreck 70 y'all's combos and Trainwreck comment. Hold up. Let me see. Moonrock, he said there was no way he started this year, and then we had it out. I just love getting Smook worked up. Trainwreck, you don't get me worked up. Do you understand? Nobody can get Coach Smook worked up. I could turn you into a train wreck, though. You know that? I could turn you into a train wreck for real. You know that? Train, I love that energy, bro. I love that, man. I love it. Train wreck is probably one of the most consistent ones, though, with his takes. Do this special. Really think he's going to break through sometime this. Who y'all talking about? Ryan Williams? Coach said most amazing he's ever seen or something. What happened, Train Wreck? Who we talking about? My fault. I can't go back that fast. Give me a comment real quick, Train Wreck. What we talking about? Being a casual when it comes to Williams. Oh, come on. Let's talk about it, Train Wreck. Pull up. I'm here. All right. I caught up. So listen, Train Wreck, you want me to tell you how I know your feelings are going to be hurt? Ryan Williams is never going to start this year, right? He's not going to ever be a starter. Will he get spots? Yes. He will get targets? Yes. But he will not be a leader. He won't be top 4 receiving yards. He will not be top 4. He will not. And when he comes out with some solid stats, I mean like 15 to 20 receptions, right? 400 yards, maybe pushing 500. It probably won't be that much. I'm thinking Ryan Williams might push like a 350 to 450 type year, right? I think he's going to get 12 to 15 reps a game at most, right? Coach Shepard highlighted something that I know to be true, and this staff is going to be very adamant about using this. And he talked about the wide receiver depth, right? You got a young guy, Ryan Williams, very skillful, very skilled. He's probably not going to grasp all the nuances of the offense and the levels of this layer offense and what it consists of in a matter of 6 weeks before the game kicks off, the first game of the season. As a matter of fact, I think fall camp is only like 4 weeks before the kickoff. They only get like a month. So I don't think there's enough space and time for him to grasp it to even start the first game. Blowout, yes, you see him on the field. First 4 weeks, we're going to see a lot of these young guys get a lot of snaps, because I believe the first 4 weeks we're going to have 4 blowouts, right? But when it comes to later in the season, gauntlet play, tough meat of the schedule, they're going to rely on this veteran leadership and the rotation to keep young guys integrated. They're going to spot play them. And because of that, and because of all the options that you have available, and because Jalen Milroe is going to be familiar with the guys he's in camp with right now. He's going to be familiar with the timing. It's just the nature of the beast. It's going to be a timing factor and all of that. Ty Simpson or the next quarterback for next year is going to be the one that lets Ryan Williams have a breakout year. They're going to be the ones that let him have a breakout year where he's the guy, because they are going to be the ones throwing to him every day in practice. They're going to be the ones building that chemistry with him. Not Jalen Milroe, the starter. Whoever the second string quarterback is, who I believe is Ty Simpson, that's going to be the guy that's going to help Ryan Williams have a breakout year. And I'm not doubting Ryan Williams. I know he's going to get in the rotation. I know he's going to be some type of way, whether it's on special teams, whether it's spot play in third and, five receiver set situations, 4 receiver set situations, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 17, whatever. I really believe Ryan Williams would get his spots. Same as I believe for Bubba Hampton. I mean, Bubba Hampton is probably going to see more of the field than Ryan Williams. You talking about a route runner, a speed guy? He just didn't get as much hype, but he has the same skill sets. I compare Ryan Williams to Devontae Smith. We didn't see a lot of Devontae Smith his freshman year to the playoffs, into the national championship, right? I see Ryan Williams having that type of year. You're going to see flashes of him, Amari Jefferson, Bubba Hampton, Rico Scott. You're going to see flashes of that quartet of receivers, those young guys. But one guy that is going to splash that y'all keep overlooking for some reason is Caleb Odom. Prayers up for Jaylen Hale, but Caleb Odom is probably going to be the for sure X starter now. It's going to be a lot of not attention or weight put on him, but it's going to be a lot of opportunities for him now. He's only going to be competing against Jeremy Bernard primarily right now, and maybe Cole Adams gets to slide out to the X and get some work, or Jaron Hamilton gets to slide out to the X to get some work. But tell y'all, just be patient with Ryan. Just be patient with Ryan. Oh, yeah, if we get Jalen Mbakwe for punt returns, that'd be solid. Yes, Antoine, I'm right there with you. Sounds like you're doubting Milroe's skills at the quarterback. Country life, stop it. Stop it. If you're a Milroe doubter, I'm about to hurt your feelings. Stop it. One subject that I do get touchy about, I'm not going to lie. Everybody is doubting Milroe. Y'all want to get me worked up? Train wreck, you want to get me worked up? Troll me about Milroe. I'll get worked up for that. I'll give you some sound bites for that. Oh, man. Who? Talking about Jaylen Hale? Man, if there's a lower leg injury, he's not back by April 13th. No way. No way you even gamble that way. Oh, yeah. Caleb Odom is definitely going to be big time. By the end of the season, Ryan Williams will have a significant role with Bama. He has too much speed to keep up. Do you not understand, Eric, that Ryan Williams is not the fastest receiver in the room with the current receivers? Kendrick Law, Avery Hampton, Amari Jefferson is in that class. Emmanuel Henderson is a burner. Jeremy Bernard is a speedster. Ryan Williams has speed, but he's not faster than those 5 guys. He's probably like number 4, number 5. I don't think y'all really have watched Ryan Williams play. Who's watched Ryan Williams in real life? EJ the 8. I'm not sure. They haven't really put out any official. What's up, EJ? This is one of my partners from back home. And I feel like he got a good grasp on what comes out of that area in Mobile. And I feel like if you haven't watched Ryan Williams in person, a lot of the attention that he's getting is warranted, right? But he is still a developmental piece. He is not a day one starter. A lot of teams would start him day one because of the hype and what he's able to do. But he's still a developmental piece. Ryan Williams would tell you himself, he is trying to strive to be the best. And because of that, he knows there are learning curves that he's going to have to overcome. Guys, stop hyping it up like that, please. Please. Remember when Smook and I disagreed? We said an all-freshman Alabama team could go 11-1, and I said 7-5 without freshmen. Good times. Hey, listen, I said an all-freshman team against this schedule. I started 11-1, 10-2. Don't be trying to say I said only 11-1. I said 10-2. I felt like they would drop against, LSU and Tennessee and maybe Georgia. I think this all-freshman team would do good, though. on like for real. Especially now, because you remember Caleb, this was before they even got the spring training started. We started being able to see clips and see him in action. Now that I see what Caleb Odom's doing at the X position, what I see Jay Lindsey doing at tight end, we probably wouldn't have an all freshman offensive line, but because I don't get to see them much in the rotation at practice. But you look at the receivers, Avery Hampton, Bubba Hampton out there at the slot. You pencil in Ryan Williams. You know he's coming in this class. You got Rico Scott coming in this class. Kevin Riley, Daniel Hill, freshman quarterback Austin Mack. Because he's really a freshman. He's only 17. Came out early. Cole Adams is a burner. Facts. I keep forgetting Cole Adams is a 10-1 or 10-1-9 or something, 10-2-1 100-meter guy. I keep forgetting that, Jermaine. Appreciate that. Ryan will have a better career. Reword that, because I want you to say that clearly. Yes, Eric, they are. Who told y'all that Ryan Williams was like this super fast guy? Jalen Mbakwe is faster than Ryan Williams. Antoine, tell him like I'm for real. Like Country Life, I've watched Ryan Williams in person. Like I came from Virginia for a weekend, and I was able to go to one of the 7-on-7 camps and 7-on-7 competition. And Ryan Williams is fast, but he wasn't the fastest on the field at all at any of those days. And that's not anything that's not a bashing him. That's just the truth. Eric, you got to really, and it's not hype, it's not fake what you see. He's a special player, but his game is going to take some tweaking to translate to the college level. He's not going to be able to go against onesies and twosies of legit talent anymore. He's going against other dogs in the country, other 4 stars, other 5 stars, other college players who have NFL qualities, who have upside. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, let's not put all the pressure on Ryan Williams in his first year. Let's let him come in and enjoy it, right? Because next year, the 2025-26 season, that's when he's going to go crazy. Jermaine, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I predict Miro will be invited to New York this year with a good chance to win it. I really don't appreciate or understand the hate Miro receives. It's a lot of them that claim to be Bama fans that doubt Miro after taking us to the playoffs with all the craziness that surrounded him. Mid offensive coordinator, mid left tackle, horrible center. You had struggles at right guard early. Jaden Roberts fixed that when he got implemented. You had drops by Malik Benson. So when you looking to make a read to him, you're second guessing it. You're not confident in the play call, throughout the whole game. The times where you do get comfortable, your offensive coordinator takes you out. And then when you need to run, you were second guessing that, your athletic ability. So all of those things I feel like are being fixed and are in the works of being displayed as far as no longer holding us back. Ryan Williams is better than Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith just made a smart decision and go to the spot where he was needed. Ryan Williams is a luxury for Bama right now. He's a luxury. Having Ryan Williams recommit, sticking it out, that's a luxury. A luxury that I believe is going to be a luxury that doesn't put the pressure on the staff to say, if y'all don't play me, I'm going to leave. No, I understand. I know Ryan Williams for a fact understands his role as the future. Him and Mbakwe and this 24 class are the leaders of the future. This 25 class will be the first class that actually stamps Kalen DeBoer and this staff's legacy here at Alabama. But this 24 class, they're the future leaders. They're the ones that stuck through the transition before there was any type of solidarity in recruiting, before there was any solidarity in what the coaching staff was going to bring to the table. That's all I'm saying. Train wreck. You have what? He's different. Okay. Have you watched Caleb Odom? Caleb Odom's different. Did you watch Emmanuel Henderson when he was in high school? He's different also. Emmanuel Henderson, I remember when the first spring Emmanuel Henderson got there, they were talking about him getting an opportunity to start at running back. He ends up moving to receiver. Last year in the spring game, Emmanuel Henderson has a few good catches. What happens with Emmanuel Henderson this year? Battles injuries. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. That's what I say, Smook. It was not all Miro's fault. They fought him way too much. He put the team on his back when he needed to. He got better after that Texas game. I get worked up as well about Miro. Hey, I don't get worked up when people talk about his inability to process through his reads sometimes. It was a lot of times where you could tell that he was keyed to a read and he just didn't have the depth, innate ability mentally on a psychological standpoint to progress through that read, regardless if Tom Reese was saying, hey, key to X or key to Z. He just didn't have the confidence. But I feel like now with this staff, having a quarterback coach and have an offensive coach that's an offensive-minded coach that's working hand-in-hand with him every day, yeah. 6'1", 185. That's why I'm saying I think because of that 6'1" size, E-Man's going to get a lot more opportunities at the Z with Kendrick Law. And I mean, E-Man, but he said it. And I think Kobe Prentice kind of alluded to it too. We didn't get it on film, but he alluded to it about how guys are just being put in different spots on the field. Nobody's a set position. You got onesies and twosies that are set, like Kendrick Law, Kobe. They're kind of set where they're going to be at. But they all have to know every spot. Southern Red, I think you need to catch up, Southern Red. Y'all tell Southern Red to catch up. Hit that live button. Miro is an okay quarterback. Nothing my Country Life, you about to make me come for you, ain't you? Country Life, you a Georgia fan, ain't you? Country Life, tell the truth. You a Florida fan? Country Life, talk to me. We need eye emojis like this, the squinted eyes. Like, who are you? Country Life, are you a Bama fan? I need to know. Nothing special about Miro's game. Oh, Antoine. I mean, chat. Y'all see the eyes. How are we feeling about that tight end room, Kansas, from Kansas? That tight end from Kansas. Which one? Lincoln Cure? Look. That's how we feel, man. We feel good. Hey, Antoine, tell him we're going to jump on him. He keep talking about Miro. Hey, you know what's crazy, Miss Hudson? Miro has been that big, like, since high school. It's like he just keeps on eating whole chickens, and, like, they're not digesting properly and getting stuck in different parts of his bodies. Like, in parts of his body. Like, he got a whole chicken on his, like, for shoulders. He got a whole chicken for lats, right? Got whole chicken for the back muscles, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is not weird to talk about physique, right? As a coach, I mean, you got coaches. If an offensive lineman don't have a big butt, they're not really trying to look at them. You gotta have some onion, right? Ain't nothing weird about that. So if you pausing me, oh well, this whatever. But yeah, Miro got, back, lats, forearms is big. Him and Ty Simpson both have legs, bro. Running back size legs. Ty Simpson, and I think I had a Ty Simpson spot in last night while I was at work. Or Ty Simpson looking like. But Ty Simpson is put on some solid weight too. He looks jacked, man. He looks jacked too. Kendrick Law, Jeremy Bernard, Jaylen Mbakwe, like all them dudes are jacked. So they doing something. But Lincoln Cure, I'm feeling good about him, guy. I'm feeling good. You an Alabama fan, Country Life? Who sent you? Who sent you, Country? Love Miro just have to process the pre-snap reads. You know what helps that experience and good coaching, and he got both. Miro is going to show out this year. Train wreck. That's all I said. I've been saying for the longest. I feel like even last year he started showing progression, and I felt like the coaching staff, the offensive coordinator, and Tommy Rees, who was young himself. I'm not going to give Tommy Rees too much flack, but he would go away from things that would help Miro be efficient at the wrong times. I felt like he would. He got away from pre-snap motion. You know, that opened up a lot of things for Miro. You know, one thing I did as a pass game coordinator, I never ran passing plays without pre-snap motion. Anytime coach called up, I will always have a jet motion, hum motion, some type of orbit to get at least one receiver or player in motion to make the defense not be able to just relentlessly go after the offense, the quarterback. And if I sent a motion and didn't see any movement, and I seen guys ready to go on a blitz, we had signals to say, "Hey, find your hot, find your hot." You know what I'm saying? We used to do that, or we used to do hey. You know, different signals we used to do. But yeah, Miro would go for 38,000 passing yards with over 30 TDs, man. I think you meant 3,800. Oh, you talking about Brain? I'm hearing good things about him. I'm hearing good things about our place with him, but he is getting recruited heavy by a few other schools. Let me go pull that story up I was reading about him. I know Lincoln Cure is one that I'm excited about. I think we're going to pull him. I think we'll get that commitment from Lincoln Cure in the summer. Let me pull up Deshaun Brom. Yeah, I think with him, and I was reading an article, I can't find it right now. I just pulled up his 247 profile. And I think with him, I think Ole Miss is probably one of the front runners. Coach Lane Kiffin is doing a hell of a job on the recruiting trail and in the portal. But my thing is, with these two tight ends, they're one and the same. So as long as we lock in one of them, we'll be good as far as securing the tight end position. Because as you all know, CJ Dupree leaving, Robbie Oots leaving. We'll be left with Lewis, Lindsey, Cuevas. And that'll be solid to have Lincoln Cure as another ad. It would be awesome to have both of them guys come in. What they showing? Boom, boom, boom. Keep Shauna in chat highlighted, please, bro. Okay, I got you. Where's she at? Y'all know I'm petty, right? I be trying to play matchmaker in the chat. There you go, Antoine. Antoine, can we get this one? Let me see. Yeah, this is a love connection on Bama football on YouTube, baby. We just in chat talk right now. We in chat talk, y'all. So if you coming in, you expect the Bama football. We done did that for about an hour now. What's the word on the kicker? I heard nothing. Connor Tauti. That dude is ready. Don't worry. This kicker, Connor Tauti is a solid guy. I can't wait. He's number 31. The thing is, Connor is a big kicker, right? He's a solid kicker. This dude, honestly, if we started getting injuries at defensive back, I think we bring Connor in to play safety, a Rover, a Husky. And I think I've been telling y'all kind of about the mentality of the specialty guys. They taking their position serious, especially the incoming freshmen. They got a different type of swag about them. They talk trash to the defensive linemen, like the defensive linemen walk through their drills or something on the indoor. It's all the energy amongst the team is crazy. But the placeholders, the long snappers, they have a continuity about themselves. A lot of people don't give them credit. Alex Rozier is the long snapper. I think he's the first guy I've been seeing, number 52. And then I haven't seen anybody punting other than James Burnham, which is weird because there was another guy we got a preferred walk-on. I can't remember his name, but he's a good punter too. So I can't I said, yeah, we can do that. Kickers is great tackle machine. Yeah, Greg, that boy, that boy's something. What don't y'all understand about not being able to teach an old dog new tricks? What don't you understand about development? I'm about to cook you. Pull the belts out, chat. Listen, time to cook. Country Life. First of all, go look at Milroe's progression from game 1 all the way to the last game of the season. There was a point where Milroe went 6 games where he wasn't pressured more than 15 times in a game. 15 times. That was an increase, a upgrade for Bama last year. You know what the average pressure rate was against Bama before last year with Bryce Young? 13. You know what it was before Bryce Young when Mac Jones was there? 8. You know what it was before Mac Jones when Tua was there? 6. So you can't blame it all on Milroe. You can't even blame it all on offensive line. Schematically, we were failing Milroe because you saw what he was able to do when we called things that were to his strengths. And if you want to dog Milroe, talk about Ty Buckner and his crap of a showing. Talk about Ty Simpson and his cement block feet in that USF game. Yes, he won it, but that game could have been over with Milroe. You talking about a running game? Nobody on that field was as athletic as Milroe. And he sat there and he became a leader in that moment. But back to what the stats say, I mean, just the schematics. You look at how they forced Milroe to be this pro-style quarterback in more situations than he liked to be, or you would like him to be, being an athletic quarterback. It didn't fit. So for us to make the playoffs, 11-1, go to the playoffs, and then lose our second game of the season, Milroe to suffer his second loss to another playoff team, kill the narrative, my guy. No SEC team could beat Milroe last year. He's undefeated in SEC play. Texas now coming to the SEC. That would have been his only loss. He's undefeated in league play. What other quarterback can put that to their name? What other quarterback can put that to their name? Bryce Young can't. Mac Jones can't. Tua Tagovailoa can't. Jalen Hurts can't. Right? And these are all quarterbacks that have went to the league and are thriving. So miss me with that, Country Life. Miss me with that. I can keep going if you want to keep talking crazy. Yoda. I think all of us blame himself. I think all of us. Greg, talk to him. Y'all remember that little inside scoop I gave y'all about all the teams that was coming after Milroe? He's definitely an Arkansas fan. Y'all remember Coin God? Hey, what if Country Life is Coin God reincarnated? What if Country Life is Coin God reincarnated? Because I'm getting Coin God feels. I miss Coin God sometimes, y'all. I ain't even blocking from the channel. He just got banned from that one live. It was like an hour. Because he started cussing at y'all and F y'all and all that. Michigan is hiring Georgia's John Collins as assistant director of recruiting. A source tells, ooh. I'm telling y'all, something funny going on at Georgia. Something funny going on in Georgia. This is why Seth transferred to Ohio State. Yeah, because he was garbage. Oh, I shouldn't say things like that to traitors and quitters. Oh my God. That's Seth. I knew I recognized that face. That's Seth McLaughlin. That's why. Seth isn't bad. Seth is horrible at center. What you mean he isn't bad? You're right. He's horrible at center. He should go to guard. Try to pick us a way to go to guard. He had 3 solid games when he came in and played solid against Georgia. Effort and everything. I don't know what happened. We kept giving him chances because of what he did for one game. Come on, light him up. Let's give him the truth. Let's give Country Life the truth. Country Life, you joking. You're clearly joking. I wish Coach Sean was here to cook you right now because I'm done cooking you. I think you're well done messing with me. Here we go, Goofball. Goofball has a question for you, Country Life. He says, Country Life, can you tell him that he sucks for us, please? Well, he's asking you to do him a favor. He definitely a troll. Let's see who has the better offensive line this year. Okay. Seth is an Ohio State fan. He's an Ohio State fan. He crispy. He's super crispy right now. Fusion, what's good, man? You walked in on me cooking. I'm sorry. I was in here cooking a little bit. Hey, listen, chat. Y'all know we don't usually bash players. Let's bash his performance. Seth as a center is trash. His performance at center last year was the lowest. I think he was the 134th or 35th ranked rated center last year as far as production. Caden Proctor was like number 72 as a tackle. JC Latham was like 46. Tyler Booker was 24. No, JC Latham was like 24. Tyler Booker was like 36. Jaden Roberts was somewhere like 40 something. Yeah. Seth McLaughlin wasn't even top 100 offensive lineman last year. That boy was getting some crazy, like, undrafted free agent USFL second round pick draft grades. Oh, I like the trash can. Hey, big garbage can. Big garbage can. William Sean, I would go as far as to say that's a fact, my brother. Hey, Country Life Mustang watch. He must be watching from the 2022 season. He must be watching Sled from 2022. Oh man. Center number one job is to make a good snap at all, ever. Not one time during the season. We're not gonna allow that crap in here. Oh, cook them, y'all. I'm good for it. Country Life, we good. We cooking you. Y'all are always hating and calling players trash once they no. We were calling Seth trash while he was here, brother. That's how I know you're not a Bama fan. This you must be Seth's little brother. Is this Chase McLaughlin? Chase, your brother was a horrible center for the University of Alabama his last year here. We thank him for going to Ohio State. We appreciate him. We're glad that the cadence is more to his liking, so that the trajectory of the ball from a voice call and a clap doesn't get distorted to the point that it affects the trajectory of how the ball is supposed to get back to the quarterback. When Bryce Young tells you that he made his adjustments so that the center doesn't have to change what he's done, that just goes to show you it's never been the quarterback. It's the doggone center. The quarterback shouldn't be adjusting to the center. The center should be able to get the ball to the quarterback in the most comfortable way possible for that quarterback to be able to keep his eyes downfield. Right? First thing we look for in the center is how does he get the ball back there? And how quickly or how effective is it as far as the quarterback getting into his drops, getting into his reads? That first 1.8 seconds of a exchange and drop back or handoff is the most important in a play. If 0.9 of that seconds is jacked up because of a jacked up snap, you kill the play. The fact that Ryan Day even spoke on anything Alabama is funny to me. Maybe Country Life could tell us what's going on at Ohio State camp. Because he's definitely an Ohio State fan. Y'all ain't want to chip in the daycare. You had the nerve to say that. Woo! Hey, we giving it to him too, Tim. We love to give our trolls attention. Just typing herder over and over. Hey, we like them here. We this brings me entertainment. A lot of people, they'll come and look at our channels like they be bashing fans. No, we just all share a similar thought, right? And when it comes to Jalen Milroe, we're not gonna give him all the blame of last year. Simple as that. Hey, Coach Smook, can you tell that Country Life is just seeking attention? Yes, and we don't mind giving it to him, Uncle Jay. Appreciate the $5 super chat. I don't mind giving it to him. I like watching y'all cook with me. I like all of us in the kitchen cooking. We get to make a big, like, hefty meal, family meal when we cook off this, you know. We hunting right now. We like a group of lions. and there's a zebra in a pack, right? In a pack of antelope. A zebra in a pack of antelope trying to hop around like an antelope. If he would just run like a zebra, he might have a chance to live. But he out there galloping like an antelope, right? And Mufasa and Simba and Nala and Narabi and the whole crew, Kofu and all of them, we out here prowling. Right. Circle of life type jump. You know what I'm saying? And we done found us one. Now we trying. Y'all hear my chair squeaking? Now we trying. Now we done pounced. And, you know, he's kind of killed over right now. Now we're cooking. We done put his butt over a fire. Now we cooking. This Bama, man, you don't come here disrespecting what we got on roster. People that stuck through the transition. Letting all the naysayers know. You don't do that and get away with it. You don't get away with that. The fact that Seth was snapping the ball over Miro's head where we had to run and dive on it was absolutely insane. Y'all remember, do y'all not remember, and I know y'all do, the last play of the Michigan game? And I was able to speak very briefly with Jaden Roberts, right? He blames himself. Jalen Miro blames himself. You know who didn't take any blame for that last play? The same guy that tucked tail and ran, Seth McLaughlin. Trash. Auntie Janet, Antoine. Good. You know what I'm saying? Steve, your comment showing. Yeah, Steve, your comment showing. Our receiving room was far from stacked. I think our receiving room was very underdeveloped. We definitely had a lot of talent there. Just we saw with Wiggins for the past 2 or 3 years, he didn't really have to develop guys, and guys that need development, they ended up leaving. I'm looking at Corey Brooks. I'm looking at Trayshawn Holden, Javon Baker, Christian Leary, Aaron Anderson. We had Terrell Shivers, the transfer Tyler Harrell from Louisville. He came from Louisville. Jermaine Burton just had he was A1 since day one. You know, when he was at Georgia, he was a solid dude. Really didn't need development. Who else? Ajayi Hall. Who else? I mean, he had other stuff going on, but who else, man? Not stuff that I'm speaking negatively on, but he had a lot of stuff going on outside of football. And Bill O'Brien chased him out the door. But yeah, just underdeveloped talent. But yeah, that's the Seth Burner count. He real nice. Is that dude from Coleman? Is it? Nah, don't roast like that, y'all. We're gonna keep it football. You from Coleman Country Life? If so, I'm about to let my boy cook you. And Brandon McClure came in and said that boy Seth super trash. Dun, 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 dun. Get him a trash bag. Hey, Greg, he could recruit, but he was not the best developer. He got handed a lot of talent. Wiggins had Ruggs, Judy, Smitty, Waddle. He got the tail end of Ridley, right? He just ended up getting some dudes. J-Mo made him look good. Yeah, man, that was a horrible play. That snap it wasn't even a horrible play call, because if you look at Jaden Roberts, he goes through a open hole, and the guy that could have made a play on Milroe, if it's a clean snap, he's not stopping Milroe. Unless Milroe just kind of botches it and doesn't try to run him over. But you seen Milroe with his head down. The fact he had to go down to the ground, looking down at the ground to secure the ball. Leaning forward, probably was trying to follow Jaden Roberts, and you looking down, and it just happens like that. Shout out to my boy Brody Smook reporting that tight end Deshaun Brame just put Alabama in his top 6. Expected. I'm gonna just repost it. I don't really have too much take on Brame. I will look into it though for y'all. Javion Campbell. Got him, baby. We got Javion Campbell, y'all. Woo, these D linemen, man. I'm excited about the trenches for this these upcoming classes. But listen, Willie McMillan following me. Ooh, let's go. Y'all good though, chat? I just want to spend some time with y'all today, some personal time. I love hanging out with y'all. I love having my days where I could just kind of do chat talk the whole time. Y'all still love your boy, right? I love y'all, man. Love y'all, really do. I think we're gonna do some awesome things together. As we continue to grow, right? Let me pull this tweet up. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta make this connection real quick. Boom, we cooking. I appreciate y'all, man. What y'all said? Let me see. Let's see how Seth plays this season before we judge others. Let's see how he played the last 14 games he put on film. This ain't no first-year freshman. This ain't no second-year guy. He was a fourth-year guy. Miss with that country life. He is what he is. He is what we thought he was. Trash. Chat talk necessary from time to time. Yeah, I like to decompress every now and then. We need to decompress today. At his feet, y'all. Bro is hey, Bama fan. You know these mugs work, right? Country life. If you want these, I got an extra pair laying around here somewhere. I can see pretty decent without them, right? But if you want to use these thick reader glasses that I bought from doggone Walmart, they're pretty solid, man. I mean, look, I gotta get a little closer, but let me read this comment. It says, y'all were the same Alabama fans saying Caleb Downs was trash too once he transferred. Seth isn't bad. Get over the fact he left and move on. Nobody ever said that. Look, country life, you're asking to be cooked. Y'all, you know what's sad right now? I think country life really believe everything he's typing. That's the sad part. Anybody in here ever said Caleb Downs was trash? Anybody? I don't want any I only want comments to people who said Caleb Downs was trash. Defend. Yes, my glasses are thick as hell, just like your little vest on that profile picture. Just little as hell. Just as thick as my glasses are, your vest little and fitting very snug as a mug in that doggone profile picture. Thank you very much, sir. Try again. I see that. That's what these glasses help me to see. We see that beard ain't connected. You get what I'm saying? Struggle Face Hair Gang. Get your membership. I got one for you. I'm a connoisseur. I'm an advocate. Pull up. What's up, D-Fan? How you feeling, my boy? Listen, listen. Whoever said Caleb Downs was trash? Whoever said Caleb Downs was trash? I don't remember nobody ever saying that. As a matter of fact, I remember going on record saying that one hurt. That Caleb Downs transfer hurt. It hit me deep. It almost got me emotional because I just knew. And but we got Keon Sabb. We got a Rodarius Morgan. We got Malachi Moore back. We got Devontae Smith. I mean, we don't have Caleb Downs, but you have options, right? We got options there. Solid options. Everybody knows Downs was the man. Everybody knew wherever Downs went, he was going to be a starter. He was going to be a dog. I mean, oh man. Yeah, facts. Downs hurt. Yeah. Steph McLaughlin. Hey, Steph McLaughlin, when we lost him, woo! Listen, this is how Bama Nation sounded when we lost Steph McLaughlin. Hold on. This is what happened that day when he announced, right? This is what happened. As a matter of fact, this is what really happened. This is what really happened when Seth McLaughlin left. That's really what happened when Seth McLaughlin left. For real, if you want to be honest. That's really what happened. Undefeated. We was trying to get that boy a parade, y'all. We was trying to get that boy Seth a parade, man. Bruce for the Barkemeyer, man, it's a tough competition right now. A quality competition right now. And I'm telling you this, y'all remember I said I kept seeing like one go with the group and then first group and then the other go with the first group. It's a healthy competition, and Coach Sheridan was able to confirm those thoughts, those takes that we had yesterday. Jay, I think all inquiring minds would like to know the answer to that. Country Life, could you please give us some insight since you're an Ohio State fan? How much money and how much of that was part of his NIL collective once he transferred to Ohio State? Because it was already confirmed that his apartment was packed before we left for the Rose Bowl, right? Oh, y'all want to hear some? All right. Y'all want to do some rumor talk real quick? Y'all want to do a rumor talk real quick? And this is how I'm going to close the show because it's going to set us up for tonight. So y'all remember y'all gave me all this crap about Caden Proctor, right? Y'all remember y'all was like, he's a kid, da-da-da-da. So last night, if you were in my Twitter space, right, you heard a story. It wasn't necessarily leaked. It's been floating around for a while. I've been waiting for the right time to kind of like bring it to the forefront. And it's not, believe me, let me say this first. So this can get clipped before the next part get clipped, because Rubberneckers in here, they be waiting for me to slip up, get a soundbite. I'm gonna give you the soundbite, but I'm gonna give you this one first. Train wreck going in on somebody. But Caden Proctor is going to be a great player. He's going to be one of the greats when it's time for him to go. He's going to be top 3, top 4 linemen off in his draft class, right? Caden Proctor has the ability to grow, to learn whatever offensive scheme he's put into. He has a unique skill set. And with that being said, I'm going to give it to y'all straight up. Country Life is, I'm gonna let Country Life just talk. Y'all handle Country Life. I'm going to handle this Caden Proctor thing. So this is a story, and I'm able to confirm majority of it. And I'm saying like 85% of it. So the 2 weeks leading up to the Rose Bowl, a week before it was time to go to Cali, Caden Proctor was in a funk mentally. Caden Proctor was in a funk mentally, right? And he was kind of like in a state of depression, right? I don't know why. You're getting ready for the playoffs. You know, things happen though. Caden Proctor's mother and his girlfriend had to physically visit Caden. And this is true. You all know there was already reports of his family being there, you know, showing love. But the reason for their visit wasn't just to show love. It was kind of to check on him, gauge his mindset. But also, Caden Proctor was ready to go home to Iowa. He wasn't even trying to go to California to play in the playoff game. He was not focused. He was not ready. They encouraged him to do what was best for him. And his teammates were the ones that was able to convince him to suit up for the game. Me personally, as a person that I don't feel like I should have to beg you to do something that you've been brought here to do, right? But I will say this. If a player has to get told to get up to go play a game, then he don't need to be on the field. Like, get up and go play football, something that got you into college. he don't deserve to be on the field. I don't care who you are. And that's when I started hearing that rumor 3 or 4 days before the kickoff. That's when I was like, okay, something just ain't right with Coach Saban. And it ain't just about Proctor. It was like the whole mood around everything. And it just didn't feel right. So that's why I'm saying I'm so hard on Kadyn Proctor coming back. I want him to come back and really display that mentality you need as far as dedication. Because that guy can be great, man. He can be the best. But his mentality got to change, because if he experiences adversity again and run, what's going to do for him? What it's going to do for him? Yeah, man. Stay on neck beer. Yeah, great. And that's why I said I totally agree with that. But the fact that you have to be talked up to go and do something that you're supposed to have a passion for, that's all I'm saying, Greg. And I can coincide with the injury thing, the homesick thing, and that's cool. But also, let's not factor out the fact that he admitted to talking to other coaching staffs after the Arkansas game, after the Tennessee game, both games where he just didn't play good. I wonder if he would have gave a little bit more effort and a little bit more focus to what was at hand, what he came to do, right? And that was be a student athlete, be a starter, a star, and work his craft, work technique. Because Kadyn wasn't staying after for extra work after practice. He wasn't showing up early. He wasn't in the weight room going crazy. You never heard about Kadyn Proctor putting in extra work. So can he develop that mentality to be an essential part of his team? I want to believe he can. But it's some character flaws there. And he's just going to have to grow through them. Run the Table Sports. They talking about country life. Neckbeard. Country life. What's his nickname, y'all? What nick is Neckbeard, right? Y'all crazy. After 8A, we should all go to a Diddy party. All right, so that's my cue to go ahead and end the segment, right? Sounds like Proctor has some maturing to do. Hopefully, he can focus on his development. I think all players coming into college have to go through a maturing curve. To me, he added more to his curve than what he needed to. I like Seth. I don't like Seth. I like Seth as a person. I don't like his game. I don't like him as a center for Alabama. But Kadyn, I like Kadyn. I like his energy. Funny guy. Very interpersonal, right? Guy you would like to hang out with. But when it comes to that mentality, he definitely got to check that at the door. No Diddy. We're not going to Diddy parties. Might not make it out. Yes, Coach Saban speaking at 8A. That's awesome. I think that's huge for us. Y'all is a trip, man. Listen, shout out to our sponsors, man. Rogue Shop, Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Also at Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group. Appreciate y'all for supporting. Fan funders, all the people in there with the green, the green names and the identifiers. We appreciate you for supporting. What do I know? What I do know is that boy Jaden Roberts looking like a straight dog out there, all muscle in that interview. You can see it. The fact that he's lost like 15 pounds in the amount of time that he's done it. Same thing with Tyler Booker. They all look lean, bro. They all look massive. So that's pretty cool. Sounds like Proctor may be a bad chemical imbalance. Maybe had a bad chemical imbalance that can be taken care of with the right kind of meds. And it's probably already in the process. Just my 2 cents. Ruben, I'm not a proponent of medication through the pharmaceutical field, right? I think guys should just, that mental health aspect, really open up and start trusting that people go to school and study to be professionals in these aspects and give those outlets a chance. I feel like you start putting man-made medication in folks. I've seen it happen. I've had a soldier that go from being chippy, happy-go-lucky, maybe stand up, being late every now and then. One issue, one problem, they give him medication. He's a horrible person. I don't want to see that happen to a young kid who's playing football. ESPN, like Saban, sent his first ever email. Yes, I'm going to get him coming back anyway. Okay, Steven. I thought you was for him. I thought that's why you got mad at me the other day. Doesn't matter what we're against, to be honest. Facts. Who told y'all this about Caden Proctor losing 25 pounds? I saw that rumor earlier. That boy ain't lost. I would love to see it. I would love to see it, hopefully. Nah, not the way he... Let me stop. Who remembers Antonio Alfano? Hopefully Proctor is not... Oh! Good one. Or I would go as far as to say as Lester Scott. Lester Scott should have had like 2 or 3 solid years, right? He didn't show up until that year we needed him. I hope Caden Proctor don't have to stay 5 years. Find it for me, because I'm going to call BS. That boy ain't been to a weight room since he left Bama. Oh man, no, he talking about career-wise, having to come back and bounce back. You get what I'm saying? I said Lester Scott because you saw Lester Scott get early opportunities, just could not grasp it. But yeah, all that hype around him. I think that's what he mean. Alfano with all that hype around him and not living up to the hype. These folks ain't got no chill on KPA. Man, listen. Now, some people need it, but me personally, I feel like there's other alternatives when you're talking about a college student playing football. That's just my personal opinion. Country Life, oh Lord, let me stop. Jordan's lighting him up, bro. Yeah, he was definitely a bust. It was a lot of hype around him. It was a lot of hype around him, though. We're not going to deny that, Brian, my fault. But we saw Latham drop like 30 pounds in 6 weeks for pro day. Actually, Latham went from 265. He's about 250 right now. 245 is what I think they got him weighed at. Not 245. I'm tripping. I said 3. I'm tripping. I'm hungry, y'all. Latham went from like 350 to 335, 340. I think that's where his weight is right now. And he's still cutting down. But y'all got to understand, Latham put on that crazy weight so fast, too. Caden Proctor came to Bama big like that. Stop it. Jor, I'm about to put you in timeout. I'm lying, y'all. It wasn't 242. It was 340. He in that 340, 345 range. I'm sorry, y'all. You don't remember Lester Cotton? MJ? You remember Lester Cotton? He was on the 2018 roster. That's when he finally got his love. He was actually a Central kid, a local kid. Played as a freshman. They started hyping him up sophomore year. Started playing a little bit more. Came off the bench a lot of games, right? 2017 with 2 as the starter. Got the guard. Played all 13 of those games. And 2018 got moved to left guard. And he didn't finish that season as a starter. Just ran the little bio. Yeah, Lester Cotton. Go check it out. Jor got that junk on autopilot. They did, man, and it did not pan out. That's what I'm telling you, man. Caden Proctor came that big. You know what I'm saying? He came that size, and if he did lose 25 pounds, I'm glad for him. Like I said, I want this kid to just earn it, y'all. I can't trust a kid that tapped out like that, man. I can't trust him. As a coach, I can't depend on him to come out there and do what he's supposed to do every play because he might not feel like it this play. I need those kids that understand the mission, right? But listen, I'm out, y'all. I'm gonna go get me some food. I got a few errands to run. It is now 1:30. I want to make sure I run us a little bit over. We had a good time chatting, talking it up. Y'all make sure y'all show some love to all the panelists. Make sure you follow your boy at Coach Smook on every platform. At Coach Smook. I'm almost at a certain number on Twitter. Let me go check. Did I hit it while I was on live? We're at 4K followers on Twitter. Shout out to everybody that's been showing love. We have 4K followers on Twitter. Twitter, people. We're at 4K followers. And with that being said, I appreciate y'all for showing love. It's been fun. Tune in tonight. Let me see who has the let me get the schedule for tonight before Marquita or LaQuisha jack me up. Oh, it's only me and Sean tonight. If you need an extra person out, Smook can he switched with me 7 to 8 p.m. is usually math help with time. By the time she get home, I'm usually on the show. So tonight it looking like you may have me at 6, Coach Sean at 7, and Coach Jarek at 8. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. So y'all be on the lookout for that. Look out for the announcement. And with that being said, y'all, I'm Coach Smook of Bama Football on YouTube. It's been fun chatting with y'all today. Undefeated talk is always fun, man. It's always fun. I love it. Have our ups and downs, man. We have so many different dynamics of where we go with this game, with this conversation. I love it, man. Love you all. See you all later. And I'm gonna leave y'all with a big old roll.